My name's Eric, and some people call me the Space Cowboy. What's this one?
I call you the gangster of love.
Oh, thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
We've got a couple of community clips. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah,
Right
it is.
there. Oops, I closed the wrong thing. Hello, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. This stream, of course, is going to be a miracle of clip content. It's going to have so much, so many. Good stuff. All right, once again, closed the wrong thing. Okay, so I actually made a Tiffany clip myself. Just might have to make more Tiffany clips, you know. But currently, we're live streaming to make new content to clip, particularly typology stuff. So I'll probably, I don't know. I could do a thing about, yesterday I did TI versus TE. I could do FI versus FE. A little bit more challenging to, well, not really more challenging to articulate, I suppose.
It's hard for me to describe TE. Like, because I only think of it as SI, mix up the two. Oh, or SE. Sometimes SE I will mix up for TE.
Yeah, well, everybody tends to misidentify their blind spot as something else, or something else as their blind spot. So I might be prone to identifying, thinking something's FE is actually FI, but be wrong, or I might be inclined to thinking something's FI is, say, TE or SE or SI. I'm mostly likely to misidentify FI as SI, I think. And not so much anymore, because I'm pretty good at metacogniting about this stuff, but it definitely used to be the case that I would assume that emotions, I think I would actually have emotions expressed as SI experience. Like, if I felt strongly an emotion, I would feel very tired. At least sadness or some kind of serious emotion anyway. Oh yeah, you're a silly boy. And you're made of very silly ways. So if I were to, well, let me try to do this. Hi there, Casey Jones. The only thing We have to fear I can't read that. I need my glasses.
You already get a good spot.
Wait, with the
Like, I guess in an SI way, when like you just like get like a spot. Like right now, like the spot's like sore.
are you using the green thing?
Yeah, my teeth are good. You know, I cleaned and it really didn't bleed like at all.
Noise.
Yeah.
The only thing we have to fear is Motado itself. Motado unknown, huh? I didn't know Albert Einstein had written about Motados.
What are matados?
I think they're half tomatoes, half mojitos. I don't know, but maybe. Maybe those are there. Motados.
You're my matado.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Alright, so what was I coming in here for again? Something. Oh, right, not going in there for that. I was going to just say I could stand someplace and make a. I was going to talk about the tendency of a person to misidentify their blind spot as something else.
Yeah, that's really good.
And then maybe I'll be able to clip it. So people of all function types are prone to misidentifying their blind spot as something else, or misidentifying something else as their blind spot. For example, as somebody's FI polar, that means that, oh wait, I have to redo it because there's maybe a bunch of noise in the background. Yeah, Tess, I'm aware that you keep saying that. I would love for you to convince me. You'd have to point out an example of something that comprises TE, though. Potatoes are potatoes with an M. So, like, for example, if I told you that I thought you had, or that you had,
You're such a man, Katie.
let's say I thought you had telepathy. You know, I can tell you can read my mind. Is that mind reading telepathy? Well, naturally, you'd say, well, what gave it away, right? What's the indicator that I have telepathy? Okay, well, that's not a reason, Tets. You just said you've concluded that from watching my videos. But can you give me an example of something that's indicative of the fact that I'm TESI? Like, for example, I might say, I think you're an American, Tets. You say, well, why do you think that? Well, one reason is because you speak English. That's consistent with, although not determinate about, the fact that you might be an American, right? It's a reason. If you told me that I had diarrhea, I'd say, how do you know? And you'd say, well, because I can smell the poop and I can see the poop. So the cool thing about typology is it lets us, two different people, potentially draw the same conclusion about a third party, right? Like, if somebody super acts like a ESTJ, then two different people might conclude independently that that person is an ESTJ. So what was one of those indicators for you, Tuts? Didn't you say you were going to type me? I thought you said you wanted to type me. I'd be happy to end the stream and do a typing session if you want. And you can type me. We can record it. I can learn what kind of assessments you use to type somebody and get a better sense of what you're queuing here, what you're queuing in on here. No, I know you've typed me, Tess. I'm just saying, you've yet to give me any. You've said that for a number of different comments in live streams as well that I'm an ESTJ, but you haven't actually given me any indication of what you've queued on to determine that. So, for example, if I hear an animal in the distance and I say, I think that's a dog, and you say, well, what did you queue on? I'd say, well, it sounded like a dog's barking rather than say a meow. Or I might say, I recognize the sound of the voice of that animal as being the dog across the street. That might be a reason why I concluded it's dog, you know? Those reasons aren't going to apply in this instance, but, for example, when I said this, Eric, when you said this, that's a very TE thing to say, for example. Because you have to fill in the this part. I think it's really interesting the way you use the word spin. So what do you think you mean by spin? Do you think that whatever you mean by spinning, that links to extroverted thinking? Is that what you're thinking? I mean, I don't know what you mean by spin, but I know what you mean by spin. I know what you're referring to, but I'm curious as to what you think it means. Because what you're referring to is definitional work, TI stuff, like, what do you mean? Specifically, what do you mean by that is a very TI kind of question, but I think whenever I'm trying to do work with language, you call that spinning. Because spinning is a form of dissembling, which is to say, making things less clear, more vague, more difficult to parse out. Whereas what I'm doing is making things more clear, less vague, and easier to parse. It's like, Tess, what do you think's going on when you keep making the same claim over and over again and refuse to provide any reasoning behind it? What do you think's going on there intentionally? Hi there. I'll be in a second to see stuff. Oh, I have my glasses with me. Ooh, it's so cold outside. What's the difference between a dentist and a mechanic? Um, only one of them works on your car. Hi, Shad. Nice to see you. Boy, it is really cold outside. Last time I came outside, I put on a second jacket and I put on a wool hat. I forgot to put them on this time, and now I'm dying of freezingness. Okay, so actually, Tess provides a good starting point for this conversation about misidentifying your polar. So people are very much likely to misidentify their attentional blind spot or pole or place of least resistance, as they say in socionics, because they're likely to ascribe the attentional manner that they're blind to their fourth slot function, possibly their eighth slot function, but more likely it's going to be with another function of the same attitude, which is the extroversion and introversion. So, for example, I used to think before I understood cognitive functions that a lot of times when I had emotional states, FI states, when I was feeling sad or feeling upset or anxiety or whatever, that it was reflective of some sort of physical state, like I was just tired or hungry. Sometimes those things go hand in hand, but a lot of times you actually have real emotions. And it's also the case that Rachel is likely to misidentify extroverted thinking, her blind spot, as extroverted thinking. And you can see her using extroverted thinking instead of extroverted sensing instead of extroverted thinking when she's trying to solve problems. If she doesn't know how to work something, she'll just push buttons at random. That's good enough. I can cut short out of that.
Is that okay if I do that?
Of course, darling. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just generating content.
It makes for some chaos a little bit, doesn't it?
Who doesn't like a little chaos in life?
I'm glad you see it that way. I love you.
I love you too, darling. I actually don't wash my hands before peeing because my hands get dirty. Or you should wash your hands before peeing because your hands are already dirty and you don't want to get your penis dirty.
Good point.
How has the crosses been managed lately? I don't know what that means. Shad points out that we can't do without a little chaos.
I'm glad. That means a lot coming from Shad.
Yeah. And I think it's important to remember that chaos was the organization that Get Smart opposed.
Oh no! Speaking of chaos, here comes.
Here comes some chaos.
Yeah.
That's right. Here comes a little chaos. That's it. Every life a little chaos must fall.
Hi, Shad.
Let's see.
Nice to meet you informally. Ooh.
Hi, Mr. Tahoe. How do you do? Now it's 1982. I'll rap over here and I'll rap over there, and pretty soon I'll sit down in the chair, and then we'll go and do some break dancing. That's some break dancing.
I didn't think it was gonna go there.
Yeah, oh, it went there. Yes, it really went there, and I don't care, because I know that this will win the Grammy this year. Some of the industry plants don't want me to win the Grammy, but I'm gonna go and win it anyway. I'll walk out of there with a statue, put it on my mantle place. It says, greatest song freestyled on YouTube this year. I'm like, that wasn't even my best one. Nevertheless, I appreciate appreciate the Grammy I won. I won. I won. I won. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations on your Grammy.
Thanks. Yeah. They were begrudging about giving it to me, but eventually they had to just admit, okay, fine, you can have it. It's called Country Swing.
Oh,
Yes?
sorry to interrupt, but we have to print out that thing for that box.
Yes, we do. It's a fact. It's not a lie. But you know what? We're not in any hurry. Well, tomorrow, riding up on their horse will come a person to pick it up. Of course, I'm talking about that extra Christmas tree. So they rode on into town. Are they turned off? I don't think so. They rode on into town and they said, I like the looks of this place. They made their way to the old saloon. It was just about high noon. Pretty soon there'd be a gunfight in town. In town. Yeah, I don't think super stickers are turned off, but maybe they are. I don't know. I really don't. I could check and see, potentially, in theory. But I'm supposed to be making content that I can clip shorts from, okay? I'm not supposed to just be fucking around. This is a purposeful live stream. Doing important things like I was asking what the Target signage has performed. I don't know what the Target signage is. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't have anything to do with Target, nor with any large store or small store. So I don't know the answer to that question. Double whammy. So what should I describe? Future Typology says, I took the TE test along with your neighbor on that stream. I got the 4 steps down, but forgot to put a new bag in. My wife always complains that I do that for taking out the trash. Yeah, I figured for taking out the trash. That was the only task that involves putting a bag. You know, you don't have to be perfect to not be TE polar, but I'd have to see it. I'd have to see it myself, you know. I guess it's just like he's just evaluating things on a completely different metric than me. Like I cannot conceive of going into the live stream, coming into the live stream here, and having already said in comments and stuff that he wanted to type me, and me having replied to one of those comments saying, that's great, come to the live stream and I'll end it and you can type me and we'll go to a Google Meet or whatever. Anyway, he's been leaving plenty of comments that all say the same thing, that I am an ESTJ, but which is all well and good. But I cannot conceive of going someplace, making a claim like of any kind, really, and then repeatedly, after being called upon to do so, repeatedly refuse to give any justification for that claim. Like, I said, okay, well, what was it that you cued in on here, Tuts? What did you see in me that gave it away that I'm an ESTJ? He just refuses to give any specific answer at all. He just says, just watch all your videos and it's obvious. Okay, well, well, that would be 5 steps for taking out the trash, Gillett. Yes. But would you rather after or before? Would I rather what after or before? Um. So like, and I think it maybe he's more right about this than I am, but from my perspective, if you go in and make a claim and then provide no substantiation time and time again when called upon to do so, it undermines the legitimacy of your claim or the likelihood that people are going to agree with you. But maybe just repetition of a totally unsubstantiated claim actually is convincing to people. I don't know. Ask Trump. Yeah, well, Trump also doesn't like to justify himself. He's another ESFP. It's like one thing about typology that should be more fair than it actually is that it should be the case that for any given type, um, there's another type that naturally doesn't like that type, and then there are equivalently types that do like that type naturally. That's how it should play out, so that a person of any given type, let's say ESTJ, um, should be just as well liked and appreciated as any other type, just by different demographics, right? Like, so I naturally get along with INFJs, ISFJs. Um, I naturally don't get along so well necessarily with ESFPs. Maybe I don't necessarily always get along so well with ESTJs. Where I'm going with this is, I think the bottom line is there are a few types that are most likely to find their nature and ways being in conflict with the world. ENTP, to some extent, for sure, is one such, because most people most people prioritize actions over words, just as a default priority, and accordingly, they're not going to necessarily value a lot of word generation. But additionally, if you're talking a lot, then you're occupying more than your fair share of the audio space, which may or may not be a problem depending on if you're hanging out with introverts or not. But I think that the types that are probably the most likely to get to find that life pushes back against them are probably ESFPs and ESTJs. ESFPs because they're just so you're I don't know. Yeah, well, Obama was an ENTP. I think he was. Uh, Not an ENTP. I mean, I'm not proud to have him on the team, but I do believe he was an ENTP. Whereas Trump's an ESFP. Well, you still haven't indicated what it is, talented pigeon. So, isn't this just ITRs from socionics? Intertype relations? No, well, my point is that I think that first of all, the extroverted types are more likely to get more pushback from the world about who they are in general because they're extroverting more. So if you're actively engaging with the world either through interface or action, then you're going to engender more reaction of all sorts. But because people, uh, you know, ex- extroversion, which involves some kind of action taking, engenders change, and people don't like change. Well, future typology, if you're going to say that he was an ENFJ, I'll grant it as theoretically possible. I haven't typed the guy, obviously, but seemed to me to have an absolute value pretty clearly, ideational, you know, ideating possibilities. He was always talking like, on the one hand, but on the other hand,
Like his speeches were always so long too.
yeah. You could argue ENFP possibly, but
Mm.
He's
so much more put together than an ENFP.
Yeah. I don't want him to be an ENFP, but I think he is.
That's like Hitler.
Right.
I don't want him to be an INFJ, but like I wouldn't be surprised.
So the point I'm making is that even though we all have an intentional configuration and value configuration that finds other people with compatible configurations more rewarding to be around and those with incompatible configurations less rewarding to be around. Even though that's a universal rule for all types, it's still going to be the case that some types get more dislike from the world than others. And, ESTJs are going to get a fair amount of dislike from the world because they tend to be bossy, they've got super unconscious FE, and they they tend to view people as cogs in a system if they're in some kind of a management capacity anyway. And ESFPs are going to get a lot of pushback from the world because they're just so relentlessly illogical. So much so that to me it seems like shocking, right? Like I can't conceive of coming into the stream making a claim that I made multiple times before and once again refusing to substantiate it with any justification whatsoever. To me, that just seems like, well, I mean, as I think it seems to most of us, when we see a really shocking example of a blind spot, it's like, how could they not do that? Or how could they not get that right? If you've seen the video of Kay taking the TI test, her response regarding the pigs and whether they can fly was not syllogistic, obviously, and then she demonstrated that they can choose to whether they can fly by how they feel. Mm-hmm. And then when I asked her a genealogy question, your mother's mother, I think it was, or mother, was your father's mother, mm-hmm. father's wife. Yeah. Father's wife, and instead of grandmother, she said cousin.
That was like the most obvious. Yeah. It's so genuine too, like there was no like she thought about it, for a while and genuinely came up with that answer. She was interested in answering genuinely.
Yeah. So when we see something like that that seems super simple for somebody else to do, then it's like, what's going on there? People will sometimes write in comments like, you need to ask a harder TE question or you need to ask a harder TI question. The reality is you don't need to ask even a kind of hard TI question. TI polar is so just blind to parsing things according to the way the definitions indicate set relations, that doesn't matter how easy it is, they're going to get it wrong. You know, I remember one time a TI polar person, I asked them, like, who's my mother's sister's daughter? The answer, which is cousin, right? And she said, family? That's the best TI polar answer I think I've ever gotten. Where it's like, talk about not getting the concept, right? But we all have that same thing with our blind spot. It's not just TI polar. It's just that because TI has to do with communicating information as opposed to just using words to express yourself, express your feelings or whatever. I think that, and because TI has a lot to do with competence in academia, I think that um, I think that ESFPs get pathologized a lot as having some kind of learning disability, even though they have no more of a blind spot than anybody else. How many definitive polar tests do I have? Well, TI, TE, NE, NI is quite powerful actually, even though I don't have a lot of opportunity to test people with it. I mean, I can test them on it, but in other words, they don't have a lot of ESTJs, ESFJs getting typed. Is there a hardest question or a softest question? Well, if I'm asking like introverted thinking questions, I can make them harder or easier. For example, I could say, "What what is my mother's husband in relationship to me?" That's a very easy question. It's your father. You might say stepfather. Or I could do one that's longer and harder, like, "What is my mother's husband's wife's only son-in-law's only daughter in relation to me?" That would be my sister. That would be a harder one, you know. The NI test, you give a sentence that is full of redundancies and details that are unnecessary, and then you ask them to give you a nutshell version of it.
Want me to be the example?
Sure, you want me to give you a long sentence, you nutshell it, or
Yeah.
okay. So if if you want to live someplace where the weather gets cold, but you don't want to have exorbitant heating bills, then you're going to need to consider the question of what kind of window treatments and other insulation will you include in making your house weatherproof. For example, you could include just drapes or blinds or Venetian blinds on your windows, but those don't have as much insulatory power as, say, plantation shutters. And equivalently, you could have just a sliding glass door with nothing on top of it, but then more heat would get out through those windows. So if you want to pay attention to how your heating bills and you're living in a cold area, then you need to pay attention to how the glass areas of your house, namely all the windows, are covered to prevent heat loss.
Are you experiencing heat loss in your home? Get insulated windows.
There you go. That's an excellent nutshell of it.
Thank you.
That test is not affected by your TI placement, no, because it's asking you to identify what the most relevant aspects of a thing are and which details are less relevant and can be excised. And NI is one way to describe it is knowing what's most determinate. So, like, let's say I was giving a speech. Doesn't that give you some control over the result? Whether I ask a harder or a soft question? Well, the thing is, she said something along the lines of, if you're concerned about heating costs in winter, get insulated windows.
Yeah.
Now, if you just zone out and lose all information in the process, then you're also not hearing a lot of details, probably, which means you're probably not SI tool. So, an SI tool person will try to include every distinct concept. They may excise redundant ones. I was born in 71. Um,
I was
but
born near the pig, metal pig.
and then I have questions that I use No, because the whole sentence was, if you want to live in a cold weather area and you want to keep your heating costs down, then you need to pay attention to window treatments. That was the summation of it. Okay. Uh, Rachel made it a little bit more summarized than that, but that was the gist of it.
Yeah, it was like uh, worried about your heating costs for your home. Get windows, or
Get insulated windows.
yeah, get insulated windows.
Right. Um, I still don't know what you're talking about, talented pigeon. So the thing is, Chad, what I'm trying to do with those test questions is I'm just trying to eliminate certain possible personality types. If I ask a TI polar question and you can answer ones that are easy-ish to easy medium, then you're definitely not TI polar. Even if you can answer easy ones, you're not TI polar. If you can answer multiple of them correctly. So the point of asking that question is just to eliminate two possible personality types, ESFP, ENFP. Then I have a TE polar question, which eliminates two more types, and etc. I work my way down that way. Oh, it's fine, Suey. Um, I am. I'm wizened. I'm wizened from lots of living. The kind of good hard living that gives you wrinkles, gray hair, missing teeth, and wisdom.
Oh wow.
I am so wise. I'm as wise as a 70-year-old. Maybe you were just noticing my wisdom. Probably that's it. I do have kind of a bluish glow about me because of my wisdom. I'm just bad with maintaining large sets of data in my head at once. Well, I think if you zone out on when people are telling you a bunch of details, if you zone out quickly in the face of a bunch of detailed talking, then there's a decent chance you're NI front stack. Eric does not put tomatoes in a fruit salad. You're right. I don't even put tomatoes in a regular salad.
Oh, that's how you feel about tomatoes, huh?
Yeah.
Speaking about tomatoes, do you prefer your pizzas to be sauce heavy or cheese heavy?
I'd say sauce heavy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I don't like too much cheese on a pizza. I like the right amount of cheese on a pizza. Yeah, the best pizzas are like Eric's mountain flat pizzas.
Yeah, that's true.
They have not too much cheese.
They're really good.
I'll tell you what I do put in a fruit salad, Chad. Your mom.
Oh, you won.
She is juicy. Woohoo! Actually, I've never met Chad's mom. I don't think so. Anyway. What? You don't have a mom, Chad? Because you were born in a cabbage patch? My mother once said that to live without the goals of it is a vicarious way of conducting oneself in society. That's all I'm trying to say. Well, one of these days, though, what you are going to say, whether you try to or not, is what your third person neuter pronoun refers to. If you don't tell me what it is, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. And I think that's one to grow on. All right, what are some other things I could explain and then clip into a clip later? Your ability to succinctly convey or to disappoint is NI. Well, your ability to identify the most relevant things is NI. uh, so is that necessarily distilling it down to its point? I guess you could call it that, but it's just, an NI person doesn't like an SI person. As I move through life, I'm steadily recording without consciously doing it all the events that in a very experiential way. It's not prioritizing in my memory things that are relevant and clearing away space by getting rid of things that aren't relevant to anything. It's just keeping track of it all. So, like, if I got on a walk around the block earlier today or something, and I was singing a song while I was walking, I would be able to tell you exactly where I was and what I was looking at when I was singing that song, even though it's not relevant to anything and not significant. So an SI front stack person, they are recording, keeping track of, paying attention to their experiences that have significance because they're their experiences. It's their subjective data. Introvert intuition is a way of objectively knowing things. So you might sometimes that doesn't mean it's correct necessarily, but you will objectively know that, for example, um, there's an old lady putting some things in a trash can down the street there. But when you get closer to it, you realize, oh, it just looked like that. There's just some trash leaned up against their trash can. It's not an old lady. How silly of me. Well, your intuition intuited what the shape looked like, what it was from a distance, and you knew objectively that it was an old lady putting things in the trash. But your objectivity doesn't make you correct necessarily. And as you got closer and you could see it more clearly, you realized it was just your eyes seeing the pattern of the shape of the old lady and filling in the details in spots where it wasn't quite right. And now that you've gotten closer, you can see it's just trash. So that explains. I might have been singing the walking song, yes. Um, so that explains the difference between NI and SI. They're both ways of knowing. One of them is knowing through your own experience, and the other one is knowing through the identity of the thing itself. Dexedrine briefly fixed this problem when I was in high school, but then I got hooked on it. You got hooked on it? Was it phonics?
I was wondering which one it was.
Casey Jones loves steroids. Well, good for you, Casey Jones. Well, you might be right that it wasn't very clippable feature of typology. It was a little bit long-winded. But I can't I I want to make attempts at doing quick summary explanations and stuff on these streams with the idea of clipping them. But at the end of the day, ultimately, I live stream primarily for the purpose of live streaming. I like this idea because for one reason, it's like if there's a lull in the chat and not really much being talked about or I'm out of I can just repeat some explanation I already know and have for something and potentially clip it. It's very easy to publish shorts from live streams with this clipping function. I really like the way the tool is structured. It's great. It's got I don't even have to use the timeline thing, but it has a timeline as well I could use.
I just want to say,
Mm-hmm.
the way you surmised it, like towards the end, you did a really good job. Like I think you can clip that.
All right, maybe I will. I'll check it out. One thing you can't do with the clip function, which I wish you could do, I wish I could highlight. So it gives you the transcript of the whole live stream, and then you highlight the part of the text in the transcript that you want to clip, and then you push play and make sure it's lined up properly, and you can fine adjust, like no, start on this word, start on that word. It's also got a timeline thing where you can see what time it's at and stuff. But I do wish that it would let you highlight this much of the transcript, skip a couple sentences, then continue, and just seam them together. That would be great if we would do that. I do make use of my own experiences to help anxiety. I felt this before, but it hasn't killed me yet. I have to repeat that as a mantra often to not freak out. Huh. Well, I mean, that's, if you're doing that, you're saying SI familiarity is a solution to anxiety, FI anxiety. They might call me the BBC. You're right. The British Broadcasting Company, Shad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's the only BBC we know about it around here. Let's see. This is not, the sparker on this isn't working. If you clip a bit out of the middle. Oh, I didn't get the reference. Did they get accused of illegal citations? That's ill. You can't ellipses out the middle from a quote in debate. At least you can't ellipses it out in the card itself. They get in trouble. I'm upset with my propensity to fall in love with a stripper. Is it one particular stripper or just any stripper? I'm going to give you some relationship advice. Fall in love with a woman who keeps her clothes on at work.
And on social media, right?
You mean like
you wouldn't want me.
You mean like OnlyFans? Yeah.
Or you know, like kind of like Britney Spears, like she goes on Instagram and she like provocatively like touches herself and like.
Well, some people are more okay with being like, yeah, showing skin and being like, look at me, I'm sexy than others, and that's fine.
Yeah,
that's it's within the range of acceptable, right? Right, as opposed to like, all right, I'm off to work to go get naked in front of a bunch of other guys.
Yeah, no.
That's not okay.
But like, wouldn't you get upset with me if I was like, I don't know,
It's not for us, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's not for us.
I'm just saying that it's you can want to be like, hey, look at me, and not be a whore.
I agree. I'm not trying to put the two together like that. Like, no.
Can you be a stripper without being a whore? I'm not so sure about that one.
I just like if a thing that men would do in fashion, like say like you were like in fashion or something, or if it was in fashion, I don't know. I can't.
Well, what do you think about the fact? What do you think about the fact that I like to wear my shirt like this? Are you comfortable with this, Rachel? Because I find it.
You know what? Honestly, you're right. Some people.
I look sexy,
some
know.
Some people, it's
if
made
you got it, flaunt it.
Yes, you're right. I can't take that away from people. I'm sorry. I'm just a prude.
Next stop, belly button roll.
I'm sorry. I'm a grandma.
It's always spring break somewhere.
It is.
Again, that's a good line for some dumbass character in a movie.
Shirt. Yeah, like honestly, like for Britney Spears.
like say like you got a movie featuring like 4 people in their early 20s, and they're all going out to dinner, and And like 3 of them were dressed up nicely for a nice dinner. And then the 4th one shows up in like a bikini top and like a mini skirt and maybe some stiletto heels just to
God,
mix it up.
yes, that's so.
And they all look at her and she goes, "What? It's spring break somewhere."
Spring break somewhere.
Spring break? No, Jenny, put your tits away. It's not spring break. But spring break? Mardi Gras?
I'm glad that you don't show your tits like to everyone. I mean, you do online sometimes, but like, do you?
And then when they get to the restaurant, Jenny's like, "Oh," she's pouting, and they say, "What's wrong, Jenny?" She said, "No shirt, no shoes, no service." But ain't it this spring break? Keep your shirt on. Anyway, Jenny's a bit of a hoe.
She just likes to express herself through clothes. And
She likes to express herself through exposing herself.
Yeah.
That's her personal self-expression.
Yeah, and go for it. Like, more power to you. Would I be the friend who would prefer you to? I mean, I guess if you're not, I'll tell you if you're falling out.
A mix of experience and reality testing help move my voices. If they're a spirit, they'd be able to get someone else to contact me. They can't. Same as if they were a telepath. Only other option is that I'm in fact possessed. Either way, none of their threats have come true. If there's no service, can I take your shirt? Yes, then you can take your shirt and shoes off. And that's a perfectly good excuse. You say, it's like your food gets there, takes a little too long to get there. You just start undressing. Well, if you're not going to serve me fast enough, then no shirt. Your rules. It'd be like the ultimate, like, oh, Karen, go away. Expressions through exposure sounds like some sort of saying. Well, not everybody likes to reveal their nudity, but a fair number of the more enthusiastically sensory types maybe do. Like, I know, isn't it Nicki Minaj who's famous for not wearing a bra and her titties coming out of her shirt when she performs?
I didn't know that.
I think it might be Nicki Minaj, might be somebody else, but
That's
yeah,
funny.
there's somebody who's famous for that.
She's possibly bipolar.
Really?
Apparently, she's been on like X tweeting like crazy shit, and yeah.
Expression through exposure would be a bit of a cumbersome term for stripping, though I would agree. It would be more politically correct. Instead of strippers, maybe like say renaturalers.
What are renaturalers?
They renatural themselves on stage in front of people. They start unnaturally in clothes, and then they renatural themselves by taking their clothes off. We're looking for a positive euphemism for strippers.
Renaturalers. Oh, I see. Yeah. Going back to
Going back to nature, yeah.
Yeah.
Or they're, like ventilation maximizers. What about ventilation maximizers, Gil? I think that's a pretty good term for strippers. You could also call it, pore errors. You're airing out your pores. You could call them tan line display artists. Or I mean, the actual euphemism I think they use is they're dancers. That's not dancing. Dancing is like this. That's dancing. Fresharians. Fresharians is a good name for them as well. I like that. You could call them indoor people.
What are you talking about?
Other names for strippers. You could call them indoor people.
Mm-hmm. Indoor people?
Yeah.
How are we not indoor people right now?
Well, because we could go outside.
But strippers can't go outside.
Not until they're done, unless they put some clothes on.
That's true.
It's too cold out there.
They are indoor people. That's why Britney Spears is always inside. Apparently she was caught driving drunk again. She's a freaking mess. Like, why can't someone say something? Like, yo, like, free Britney is over. Let's fucking, I don't know, like, so brazen. Like,
Look, I driving drunk because I have somewhere to go.
Oh, really? You have somewhere to go?
Yeah. Free skinnians. And you could also call them hypothermia susceptible. Hypothermia susceptible. You call them shower ready.
Wait, I have to ask though. Would they like make it really cold at the strip club to make their like nipples hard?
I don't know.
I've never been either. I'm just asking for like, you know, because maybe they really are in hypothermia.
Hopefully they don't make it too cold because those ladies don't have any clothes on.
That's true. I wonder if it's the opposite. You don't want them sweating though. That's not good. I don't think. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they don't necessarily need it to be cold, but if they have some breeze go through, like some fan, then that will cause the perspiration to evaporate very quickly.
Okay. You know, like it'll be
Claustrophobic.
You know, it's probably temperatured at the same as our comfort level, 68 degrees. You know, it's cool, but it's not too cold. But like, you know, they're comfortable enough to be a little bit cold, but still be doing their thing and working up. They're hypothermia resistant.
Yeah, hypothermia. They're hypothermia susceptible.
Yes.
They're heat stroke resistant.
Yes, they're heat stroke resistant.
Yeah.
Claustrophobic, yes. Claustrophobic is good.
You could just say they're fashion free though. They're not tied down by concerns about fashion.
They are though. Like they are. Like they would tell me right now that I look like I don't know, am a grandpa. Like Really?
Rachel, you can't be fashion forward when you're wearing the emperor's new clothes.
What does that mean?
There's no, there's no better or worse pair of naked.
Sure, you just are.
Yeah, I mean you can't show off your fashion, your taste in clothes if you don't have any clothes on.
It's true.
See?
I know, but I like sexualized you so much more.
Now my arms are
Look at
naked.
that! Look at that! Ooh la la!
Yeah,
You
well,
should get paid for those guns.
my arms are hot. That's why I
Yeah,
gotta
they
put this. They're
are.
too.
Oh,
No, I mean,
they're hot
yeah, I need them
temperature
cool
wise.
down. I gotta cool down my
I
arms
see.
because they're so hot right now.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
Loosey goosey clothes, cause like that could be, like, a lot of celebrities have like, what do they call it? Uh, Wardrobe malfunction.
I think we should call strippers garbless prancers.
Carbless prancers, yes,
Garbless prancers is a good name for them.
it is. So, we have two packages that I have no idea like what's in, and there's a possibility that it's two of the same thing. Can we open them now so I see?
Sure. You could have opened them at any point, anytime you want.
Well,
I got a knife right here.
cool.
Winner, you're a fan of a garbless prancer?
Garbless prancer.
If they were gonna actually come up with like a PC name for it, it'd be something like female empowerment engineers. Something totally dystopian in its double speak. Am I supposed to open this part too?
I guess so.
This is
Oh, cool.
like a tree skirt, maybe?
No, it's to pack away.
To pack away the tree.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
And then a skirt.
Oh, this is.
We don't have to
the
open
tree
this until.
skirt. Let's open that.
Yeah. Are you cool with the bag for to put the tree away in?
Yes.
Cool.
Well, expression through exposure sounds like an art gallery showing of basically like porn that's positioning itself as art. Like these aren't here to titillate, okay? That close up of her vagina is to show female empowerment. We're reclaiming the woman's body for her. Okay? This isn't for your male gaze. Why are there like all dudes at this art exhibit? Because they are learning about female empowerment. Okay. Because I just look like pictures of teddies to me. Art is what it is. Art and female empowerment. I think you just wanted to take pictures of a bunch of different teddies.
Oh my god, that's like the power suit from that All's Fair TV show that Kim Kardashian is in. I gotta show you.
I can't believe Kim Kardashian has made a fictional TV show about being a lawyer. Like, it should be titled Kim Kardashian Girl Lawyer. But but I can only imagine how incredibly terrible it must be. Objection, Your Honor. That's not a very sexy argument. Oh, Kim Kardashian. Oh, this is her power suit, huh?
Yeah.
The artfully placed underwear. The artfully placed thong. Your Honor, I wore my dressiest thong today.
I'm gonna fucking tell.
I'm sorry I'm late. I had cum in my hair.
Whitetail, yes. Whaletail, yes. But it's a power suit, so it's powerful.
I'm a strong woman. I'm an amazing businesswoman, and I'm even a lawyer. You know you're not really a lawyer, right? Yes, I am. Those ladies. It's that mom. She's such a stage mom, even though her kids were already adults when she started stage momming them.
Yeah.
You know?
And apparently she was like, I don't know if flagrant's the word, but she just cheated all the time.
Really, on Mr. Kardashian?
Yeah.
Huh.
She wrote a book and she talks about it.
Why did she do that? Because she's just a filthy whore?
Yeah.
Obviously, it runs in the family.
Right?
I am woman, see me whore. Right.
That's how she felt. That's how Kris Kardashian felt. You know, she did it all while wearing a power suit.
She did it all for the nookie.
Mm-hmm. She has a tramp stamp of a cross and her two youngest kids' names.
Really?
Yeah. I can't unsee what I saw.
What are their names?
Kendall and Kylie.
I see. Long ago, down Tijuana way, I had sombreros, burritos, piñatas, and a hell of a day. Let's take a siesta. Then we'll have a fiesta. This beat's called Tijuana on the piano. I mean, just the drums are called Tijuana, but I included this song in a video I made. It makes a good song to have driving footage next to, you know. Bum, 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 bum. What? What, Mr. Kitty? What do you want? Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Wait a second. Mr. Kitty, you're a silly boy. Mr. Kitty does not want Miss Kitty. He hates Miss Kitty.
Yeah,
This
he does.
kitty is a narcissist. He's a very bad cat.
Yes, he is.
He'll bully and push and scratch. He'll shout out and then he'll attack. He doesn't want Capito to have any access to her mom and dad. He's a very bad kitty with very bad ways. Yes, you're a kitty with very bad ways. And you like to scratch and bully all of your days. You don't treat your sister like a family member should. Instead, you think she shouldn't get any food. Yes, you're a very bad cat. That is true, though it's a very bad fact. You have very bad ways and attack because you are a very bad cat. You're a narcissist, dark triad too. You're a cat that's made out of poo. You scratched me so many times I can't even count. I got so many holes in my skin all around from your claws. Why? 'Cause I petted you once too much, Santa Claus? That's not a good reason to maim me.
No, it's not.
You're a very bad cat. Yes, it's true. A very bad fact, but it's true. I've got a very bad cat. I try to sit here in my chair, and you come and you sit on my feet, and I can't move them around, son, and I feel uncomfortable. I wish you would move, but you don't. And then you meow at me till I pet you, and if I pet you 1, 2, then it's too many times. You scratch up my skin, you get out in time, and then you run away like you knew you were bad. But secretly, I know you're glad. 'Cause you're a very, very, very bad cat. It's true, you're a very bad cat. It's true, he's a very bad cat. And he has AIDS.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? We don't discriminate against him because he has AIDS.
No, you don't.
In fact, we don't discriminate against him at all, even though we should, because he's just the boss. He's Bruce Springsteen.
I agree with Shad Clip.
The Very Bad Cat song? Maybe I will. Thank you for the suggestion. Kanye was married to Kim Kardashian for a while, and he fathered Northwest, I believe.
Yes, he did. Yes, sir.
Y to the E to the S to the S to the S to the S-I-R.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Still running a big sleep deficit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get a good night's sleep. Maybe have a chill day tomorrow. Maybe we'll make an appointment at a dentist. Pay the phone bill and try to get a good night's sleep tonight. I'll try to get a good night's sleep tomorrow, which is to say a good day's sleep tomorrow. Would be helpful. because, at some point I gotta make up some of the difference here before, rather than just crash so super hard at the end. Will you get out from underneath between my feet? You're just constantly.
Like that, you are very clingy to Daddy.
Yeah, because
it's one thing. If it's my shoes. It's another if he's in between your freaking legs.
I don't think he's even clinging to me so much as he is possessing me.
Yeah, he does possess you.
You'll get some sleep as soon as you wake up.
You're getting pets now. Oh,
I wish I could. I wish I could just be like, well, now this is what I want, and sleep is never going to be this. I want sleep to happen like this. So when I get up, take some Adderall, be full enthusiasm energy, and as soon as the energy and enthusiasm starts to wane, well then go to sleep right then.
Mm-hmm.
But instead you gotta wait it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I end up spending a lot of time not motivated adequately to do anything productive. Although clipping from live streams is so easy that hopefully that'll become a regular habit of mine. But I don't feel motivated to do anything. But I also don't want to take more Adderall because I have to wind down to go to sleep. And I spend a lot of time just like watching TV, waiting to get sleepy. Which is not the ideal scenario. But it partially has to do with, it's not just the Adderall. It's like I get impatient with the process of going to sleep. And I have trouble like I'm with I'll be lying down and I'll think, well, if I don't fall asleep pretty quick, I'll get back up. And then I'm kind of just like waiting to put in enough time before I get back up, rather than actually trying to go to sleep. But then again, it's like I don't want to just lie there and not go to sleep indefinitely. That just seems like even more of a waste of time. So, I don't know. No easy answers to these kinds of difficult questions. You cannot have introverted sensing in the 4th slot or the 8th like Rachel and expect to have good consistency with your biologics,
Thank you. Thank you for understanding.
I do understand. But I was just excusing myself as much as I was excusing you for it too,
I know, we're both, but like I think
it's not my specialty, It's not our specialty.
If you don't think that there's something like wrong with me, or that I'm like this ill patient person.
No, there's something wrong with us. Exactly the same amount as there's something wrong with everybody, which is to say, we have our strengths and deficits.
Yeah.
It's really implied strength. Just as it's like because life is like a salad plate at a salad bar, but it's not all you can eat. You have one salad plate, and you can only squeeze so much stuff on it. If you get that big scoop of cottage cheese, then you're not going to have room for as much lettuce. Personality type works like that. More than that, it's like they're kind of like you have 4 lights, and you can point them in and they're paired together. So you point two over here and cover this area, kind of point two over here. But wherever they're pointed, the whatever you call that thing, the pie of light that comes out of it, it defines where the darkness is. And you cannot have illuminated 4 stretches of area without having defined corresponding areas of darkness that aren't covered by the 4 areas. Without tomatoes. Oh yeah, we're not going to put any tomatoes on the salad. I want to have a smoke with you. Well, let's do it. Yeah, I'm going to smoke. I had to go get my cigarettes. I was out of cigarettes. Got to get another pack from the car. And then I'm going to get a beverage to smoke my cigarette with because I don't like to dry smoke. Dry smoking is when you have a cigarette without a beverage.
Oh, dry smoke, huh?
There's a verb in Russian that specifically means to eat while standing up and drinking no liquids.
Oh. Is that a thing they do?
Well, it basically means like to eat on the go such that you don't have a drink with you. Or to eat over the sink like that without a drink.
Mm-hmm.
Just to basically like bachelor up your food,
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a cool specific verb to have.
It is.
To eat standing and not drinking a drink.
But I like that you're drinking a drink now.
Yes, me too. Well, I'm not going to be drinking it unless I can open it. I'm not going to be able to open it with just my penis. I'm going to have to use this lighter.
Good job.
Thanks. That's why I made the U.S. Lighter Olympic team.
It shows.
So as a lot of you know, I am one of the top 7 heroes of the American Revolution. Goes George Washington, Paul Revere, Benedict Arnold for some reason's on the list, probably shouldn't be. You only have a cigar. Well, that's better than nothing. I'll cheers you. Cheers to your cigar. I guess if I really get down this process of periodically inserting things to clip in the live stream, then I'll remember to say at the end of it, like, if you like this short, please subscribe and like. And then maybe I'll see some increased numbers in that regard. Somebody, Mr. Tahoe, I believe it was. He was here earlier, in fact. He told me one time, if you don't have a call to action and ask people to sub and like, they won't. Which I've noted since he said that is true of me. That I rarely think to like. Well, subbing is a little different, but like if I find I've watched a bunch of a certain person's videos, I think I'm gonna want to continue watching and I'll sub. But we'll see how it ends up playing out. I tend to think that with any given short, you've got a chance for it to hit at level A, B, C, D, or E. E being about 10,000 views. In theory, if you really have one hit, it could go to like 30 or something. I've had a couple that have hit more than 10,000 views, in the 30s, thousands views. But it's probably likely that the shorts that I clip from live streams are going to have a lower ceiling in terms of number of views because number one, there's nothing visual that I'm showing. Usually, when I'm making shorts out in the world, I'm filming something that's of something to look at, right, and then making some comment on it or something. Whereas these shorts are just my thoughts or chunks of words that come out good. Ideally, I guess, introverted intuition packets, things that say a single clear concept that has some novelty to it. In other words, it's somewhat insightful or original or funny or something, and then they can create a single bite-sized media object. It is chilly out today, that's for sure. It is. It's like it feels like if it were to rain right now that it would snow, but I actually don't think it's that cold. I think according to the computer inside it's 40, low 40s maybe. But it's clear, so it's not going to snow now, but apparently we're going to rain tomorrow. I would love for us to get a little bit of snow instead of just rain. What does it say? I can't see that for shit. I have to look in the house. My eyes are tired. When I, even when I'm squinting and straining, I can't see. I can't tell what this says. Ask that shit is scripted and edited. All that shit is scripted and edited. All of what shit is scripted and edited. I can read it. So normally I can read. Um, I can read the chat if I strain and kind of meow a bit what you were talking about. You mean the videos I watch? The videos I watch on YouTube, some of them are scripted. Most of them are edited. Like I watch what I call pleasant core videos, which involves a lot of. I watch different kind of videos, but like a textbook pleasant core video would be somebody going on a little sidetrack adventure to go see a historic site and making a 10-minute edited video out of it. Just kind of pleasantly walking through the activity at a brisk pace. I like those kind of videos. But when I make shorts using the short making app on the phone, then I have more capacity to do editing and stuff, and I do more editing. Like I can make a short out of multiple little clips, take a little bit from multiple clips. I can't. Currently anyway, the clip maker that I'm using to make it makes clips from long form videos and live streams within the back end of the YouTube studio part. That doesn't let me edit like that. But it does let me take advantage of the time I spent just freestyling stuff like I'm doing right now, just saying whatever, hanging out, talking to people about whatever topics might come up in the chat or what have you. It does allow me to render that into a format that people might actually consume. Because people might consume the live stream while it's happening, right? There's a certain amount of appeal to engaging live with somebody in a live stream, and we get a certain amount of, not a ton, but we get groups of people ranging from what we got now, like 5 or 6 people, to maybe 12 or 13. We have smaller numbers than we've had in certain points in the past, but what people are definitely, very few people want to do is consume live streams after they're done being live. But this clipping tool allows me to make content from the live streams without a lot of hassle. And it's like the convenience of it, being able to do it right there on the back end in the browser window. And it's a beautifully conceived tool as well, the way it works. That makes me go from making 0 shorts from live streams to making tons of them.
Yes, sir.
Because, that's the way shit works, though. It's like, it's not like I make an amount of live streams fewer that is corresponding to the amount of difficulty more. Instead, I make 0 if it's difficult, and I make maybe a lot if it's easy. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. Hey, Shad. I'm starting to get tired. Is anyone else getting tired? Does anyone get hey Carrot? Does anyone else get a little messed up when daylight savings time happens? I'm a little messed up from it. I tend to go to sleep I find myself going to sleep early, but then I don't know. I feel messed up. I'm not caught up with sleep or something. Hey, Winston's mom. Ooh, a salmon, drinking some cranberry juice. I like cranberry juice. What kind of sandwich? It's you all the time? I have to take medication to sleep, or I will have difficulty. Thanks, Acacia. Some people do. It's not common, but some people don't have a regular pattern. Hi, Rachel. Daylight savings time doesn't mess me up anymore, but it used to. Now I am just surprised each time I realize it's dark outside already. Cheese, mayo, and bologna. Mmm. Thanks, Acacia. Easy peasy indeed. Here comes the man, the myth, the legend himself. The one who is... What are we calling strippers again?
Oh, we had a few names for them, but garbless prancers?
Yes, Garbless Prancer himself. Host Eric Strauss.
Yep, it's me, Eric, the garbless prancer.
Oh, the Garbless Prancer, yes.
Oh, Acacia got a new PFP. Acacia, did you get that cleared by the homeowners association? Because we got kind of a strict one around here. Cheese mayo bologna. Bologna. Why do we pronounce bologna bologna?
I don't know.
How do they pronounce it in Italy? They pronounce it bologna like that. Did you hear about my request for Duke to my title? You want to be Duke Acacia? You'd have to be a Duchess Acacia. We have gendered royalty names. You can only be a Duke if you're the mascot of that brand of mayonnaise. Bulagna. Bulagna. Okay, that's fair. Bologna. You want to be the minister of the Duke of Bologna? Are you the minister of the Duke of the Duchy of Bologna? Congratulations. The minister of the Duke is even higher up than the regular Duke. And minister is gender neutral. So, oh, you're the minister of the Duke of the Duchy of Bologna of bragging? Yeah, that's what it's called. Like, a king's thing is a kingdom, a duke's thing is a duchy. It's a different meaning than the one you passed to the left-hand side, obviously. That's different. What is an earl's place called? I don't know. An earldom? An earlery? An earlery would be good. Submit your brags, those in the duchy. It's not a dukedom, it's a duchy. Duke of Bachomp, Bachewy Chomp. Is that what Acacia's the Duke of? Bachomp, Bachewy Chomp? I've never even heard of that place. Is it a town in England? Welcome to Bachomp, Bachewy Chomp. Is it right on the River Thames? It's down southish. Duchy. Yes. Think about county, right? What's the word county? That obviously comes from, it's the land that the count owned. I'd never thought about that before. In a pork. You live in a pork? Well, at least you won't go hungry. All right, let's pull some bowls, and then we're gonna muse for a moment. We're gonna maybe try to bust out another little speech about something that I can cut into a clip later. Like, have you ever noticed that things are different than they used to be? I have. I'm Andy Rooney. These days, going to the supermarket and it's all kumquats this and cucumbers that. In my day, we only had 2 fruits and 1 vegetable. I'm Andy Rooney. Andy Rooney made a whole career making little, just like 1 minute long, 2 minute long complain speeches. And he had his whole career be that. Pretty impressive.
It is.
I don't like the post office these days. It's like, how much are they paying you to do this? Them swimming The Stanky Tims, yeah. Andy Rooney and his grumpy grandfather shtick is missed, yeah. Were the fruits tomatoes? No, they were oranges. You know, he's always got something new to complain about every week on 60 Minutes until he died. Like I remember him going through his drawers with his various cooking tools. Over the years, you begin to accumulate these various cooking gadgets. Like I have two of these. What are these for? I don't know. I shit you not. Like that's he killed with that. He killed with that. Like I don't know what this is for. I don't like this. It's new. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, can I give you a European gift?
I've got these corn holders and these corn holders, which are shaped like little corns on the cob. We don't use any of them.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. Imagine Andy bitching about types.
What would he say about types?
Have you ever spent any time with any INTPs? I have. I asked my son, Jody, to take out the trash the other day. He just took it out now, 3 weeks later. I'm Andy Roney. Is V old clip? And it's fair of me, Acacia. It is fair of me to blame you for the Alamo. It was your fault. But you know what? I am sick and tired of being told to remember the Alamo. I've got a lot of things to remember. The Alamo is low on my priority list. Macanudo Inspirado. That's what your cigar is called? And, you know, even when I do remember the Alamo, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to take away from this. Like, keep vigilant against Mexicans conquering my adobe fort. I don't think I'm at that much risk of Mexican invasion. They'd have to go a long ways from Tijuana to get all the way up here. I appreciate you putting them. Gafarlam, Gafarlamatarm. Gafarlamatarm is not my lover. He's just a boy who's a blind British orphan. Clang, clang, clang goes the trolley. Come on, light. Difficult things. Always causing difficulties. Yeah, well, that's where they gather their army, is at the border of Tijuana. Then they patiently wait to be granted admission one at a time through Border Patrol. Then they begin their military conquest. My concern, of course, naturally, is that what if Mexico brings their mighty navy to facilitate an invasion? I don't know if you guys heard, but they already launched an attack on one of New York's bridges with their sailing boat. Needless to say, the bridge won, but I agree Mexicans are hard workers building America. My first wife was half Mexican. My daughter's a quarter Mexican. I speak a decent-ish amount of Spanish. And I respect the Mexican Navy like nothing else. They were docked in New York, and they said, "Come on, let's go. We're gonna go to Iceland." And they all got on a sailboat. They disembarked from the dock, and 4 minutes later, they crashed into a bridge. They don't waste time being undecided about what they're doing. You know, Mexico has water on both sides of it, but it's just not the kind of place that you think of as having a navy. They're just as qualified to have a navy as America is, though. Because, like Mexico, America also has water on both sides of it. They went south to get to Canada. We just go all the way down around, like that, down around the bottom, up around the top. Antarctica, what now? We can't go that way. There's a whole big continent down there covered in ice. We gotta sail the other way. Hey, Pablo. ¿Qué? I thought you were gonna get some motors for our boat. We got sails. The wind is our motor. So they pushed out from the dock in New York. They all cracked open Coronas. They're like, "Cheers, La Playa waits," and then they crashed directly into the bridge. And in the aftermath of the accident, they were asking, like, well, how did this happen? They were, they were all playing soccer on the boat, and nobody was driving it. And they said, none of us knew you had to steer a boat. You just go with the wind, wherever it takes you. In the olden days, that's the only way they had to move across the ocean was with wind power. Wind power and the relatively low drag reality of a boat moving across water. It's more low drag than, say, uh, a bumpy sled being dragged through a bed of gravel. And my question is, why have I never seen you change it out or fill it up? What is the device of endless flame that you employ? I change these up occasionally. You can't fill them up. You have to just throw them out when they're empty and put a new one on. But I do occasionally replace it. This one here came with the house, whereas I bought this one since we moved here. There were some of these propane bottles here at the house when I moved in. So I had some extra. Hi, G. The Gulf of Ombre. I think what should happen is, this would be interesting if they could pull it off. Have Mexico and Canada coordinate to invade simultaneously from north and south, but just 1 mile wide, and conquer a territory 1 mile wide from the length of, from Canada to Mexico. Have the lower half be Mexico and the upper half be Canada, and then Canada and Mexico could have their own borders with each other. Propane bottles. Yeah, well, they could call the northern terminus of this passageway. They could call it, you know, the Syrup Gateway, and then the southern terminus they could call it the Pinata Portal. People are posting clips on the community page, Eric. Have you checked those out yet? I do. I did check that, like, not that long ago, but not that recently. But I do check the. I have on the front page of the channel. Auto put up their top community clips, and I saw there were new ones there, and I checked them. I spotted a raccoon on stream. Wait, hold on. I think I see a raccoon coming down. Wait, hold on. I think I see a raccoon coming down. That's very silly. That's a silly clip. So I am going to have to go look at that community page and see what I see there. We'll go to the TWFP studio because it's no longer a community tab. Let's see, viewer posts. Mentions? No, I don't see it actually. No Play-Doh Findo. Like, they don't even have a. Oh, they have posts. But I don't know, I can't find it. It's a mystery wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in Eric's incompetence. Posts? No. Inspiration? What's inspiration? They're suggesting titles and giving me thumbs for them. For example, spotting the elusive INFP beyond the stereotypes. Decoding desire, what INFJs and INTJs truly process. Deconstructing the INTP, what cognitive blind spots reveal. Well, those are pretty good titles, I guess. And like AI, auto AI, some thumbnails to go with it, too. It's pretty crazy. Courses. How you can make a course. Collaborations. Huh. Well, there's a lot of stuff around here that I haven't really noticed that much. Don't be alarmed if you hear this tune has got 626 views as a short. That's pretty good. And here are some products that I can pimp and get great commission on. Like, would you guys like to buy some sheets and blankets at Wayfair during Black Friday? I could get up to 80% commission. No, I get up to 80% off. I don't want to go shopping. BK Beauty is boosting commission for a limited time only. You guys really should use BK Beauty. It's wonderful. That's how I look this beautiful. You know, this doesn't just happen. I have to use product. The best damn product you ever saw. Thanks, G, for still loving that so much. Oops, I accidentally thumbs down it. Thumbs up, I meant. So, according to this person, yes, during the first season he wanted to eat them. Focus groups didn't like that, too violent for the kiddies, so the remaining seasons he would turn them into gold or use them in magic potions for wealth and youth. Huh. What was my favorite game as a child? Video game as a child? Sonic or Pac-Man? I never played Sonic. I didn't love Pac-Man, but I did play some of that. Holy cliffhanger! Yeah, well, that was auto-generated clip. That's what got me into generating these clips. I mean, cutting them myself is that I started doing these auto-generated clips, and then I looked into it like, well, maybe I can cut them or something. All right, well, I can't figure out where the community posts are. I can't figure it out at all. I just failure completely. Just fail completely. Yeah, well, Deer Breaks Up Cat Fight did get quite a few views, but it's actually not a very good video. Are you on the visit community page? Where does it say visit community? Oh, you guys open it in the app. That's right. I forgot you have to open it in the app now. But I still don't really see any meows. What do I? Oh wait, newest. I still don't see any meows. Community settings. Comments on. Post view post, yes. I don't know. It's a crazy mystery that nobody can deny. I don't seem to see anybody's stuff but my own. But I mean, maybe I did see some posts, but they were from a long time ago. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. First, go to the web zone and double click with your mouse on the icon. That's good advice, you Fly Guy. That's really good advice. I mean, ChatGPT couldn't answer the typing questions because there'd be things like, you know, can you recount the last time you went to the grocery store? Well, ChatGPT doesn't go to the grocery store. I should make some more food. Can you comment on for lady Fires Lady? Who's Fires Lady? I could Google it. Fires Lady. Let's see. On my video, Fires Lady? Oh, you mean the one in Arcadia? The lady who uh who tried to like walk into the fire. Yeah, I should definitely clip that and put it as a short. Yeah, it was in Arcadia actually. It was on Baldwin uh, uh across from the where the Moffat's chicken pot pie is. Yeah, it's a crazy video. I should definitely put that up as a short. I could I could clip a couple of shorts from that even. Yeah. And there's already another version of this video with that's like 1 minute long. that's edited out some of the needless meowings. But there's a lot of action in that video. You know, it's like there's a car on fire, and then the firemen get there, and they're trying to squirt the car, and then the electric wires come down, and then there's like an explosion in the car, and then there's this big conflagration of fire, and then uh this Chinese lady like just stunningly decides that she's just gonna ignore the fact that there's this big fire and firemen and stuff right there, and she's just gonna just walk down like, I just walk right by it, you know. I can still use the sidewalk. That lady, I tried to tell her, but she didn't. I don't think she spoke any English. I said, no, lady, what are you doing? Like, who would, who would, who would do that? Have you ever? I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll pull it up. I'll put it on the camera here.
You were flying, right?
Here she is.
That's right. Look at the fireman. Here we go. Front hose on it.
The firemen show up, you know, and then
The plug's in action. Don't go that way, lady.
this dumbass lady comes.
Hey, lady! No, lady!
And the fire explodes more, like on cue, you know.
Yeah, you want to go a different direction, probably.
And then the power line spark, and the firemen run away, and the lady's just still standing there.
More exciting than I thought it was going to be.
And then the car explodes a little bit.
You guys should squirt it. Oh.
Here it explodes a little bit. It looks like a scene that was set up for a movie or something. Like there's so much shit going on all at once. It seems like impossible that it wasn't set up. She's like, I'm trying to immolate, yeah. I also hate it when food gets caught in my teeth. Yeah, we have these little green things that are specially designed to get food out of your teeth. Yeah, that lady is acting like a true NPC. She's gonna keep walking into the wall until. But I love the fact that as she's like walking, she gets on the sidewalk. She's gonna walk a little bit around the car. Then all of a sudden, like the gas comes pouring out of her. Something, this big ball of flame comes up, just right on cue. And then as she's deciding, like, maybe I shouldn't go this way, she turns around, just kind of like, I don't know what to do about this. Then the power line spark, and the firemen run away from the car, and it's just a bunch of stuff all bam, 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 all happens real quick. I totally forgot about the fire lady. She had it spot on, even if that clip is old, it's still very watchable, and the title is an attention grabber. I mean, I'll probably do an A/B test on the title for the short I make out of that. I don't know what to title it. NPC woman doesn't see fire? It always causes more pain because the spoon is so deep in there, I have to wait till it naturally works out. Well, it sounds like you don't have enough of a crack between your teeth to get the floss in, you know. You can't just stab it out with the stabby part. You gotta use the floss part too. I need to make some food or something. I'm hungry. I'm lazy. Could you make a shirt from the video of you being assaulted by the police? Oh, short, you mean? I read that as shirt. Like, something like, you want me to take a picture of from the still and make a shirt out of it? I could make a short from that. But yeah, I could, but I don't know. That's more like controversial, whereas I'm opposed to controversy, but I guess basically the bottom line is that video from Pomona, it really triggers a lot of um, like adrenaline in me, I guess you'd say. Get your hands off my penis. That's not what it's for. If you want to dry your hands on something, there's a towel hanging from the door. Controversy triggers the algorithm, huh? Actually, I think less so than it used to, but maybe. Even though we're excited, you still lowered your voice to holler or warn to the lady? Which means what? I was being aware of mic considerations? Microphone. I just wasn't sure. Oh, I wasn't scared with the car thing in the fire. I was much more like triggered by the other thing we're talking about, the Pomona incident where the cop pushed me with the butt of his gun and were tasing that guy. That's what I'm saying. I don't I don't really. I'm not sure I want to cut from that because it makes me feel a lot of adrenaline. Respect Clippy. Okay, I will. What is the charge? Eating a meal? Eating a succulent Chinese meal? Do you remember that one too? Yeah, that was pretty dramatic. That one, you know, that's a pretty emotionally intense viewing experience. Well, it's like I kind of knew when I was calling out to her, I'm sure that she did not speak English. You know, she had all the signs of a she had all the signs of a mother-in-law or a mother who's been brought over by her English speaking but still probably first generation parents. I mean kids. So that means she did not speak any English probably. So I kind of knew that. Well, it's like in Arcadia, which is known as the Chinese Beverly Hills, there you had like rich Chinese people, say middle-aged people like 30s, 40s, and they'd have a home in Arcadia, but they'd then bring over their parents. Sometimes it was one, sometimes it was two, to come live in what they call their grandmother house, which is like a back house. And the younger Chinese people would often speak some English or sometimes good English, but the grandparents, they would not speak English typically. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about being a little bit, a little bit of a, and that's something I really want to work on clipping from because I don't know, it's dark. Unlike the car on fire and stuff, there wasn't anybody in the car. Nobody got hurt as far as I could tell. And the lady didn't like take a flying piece of metal to the head or something. Mm. Yeah, I forgot about that part, Shub. Jack points out that grandparents stay home and look after the sex slaves. Yeah, that would have been gnarly, says AJ Catrill. Let's not offer up any addresses that the ICE people might decide to check out. I don't have any addresses. You know, two students who lived in Arcadia, and they were murdered by their uncle. It was a big story in Arcadia. And I remember when I first saw the story or had it brought to my attention or something, I was like, oh my god, I know those kids or knew them. I taught them for a couple of years in debate when they were in middle school. Lady catching a piece of metal to the dome would be gnarly. Yeah, that in that case, then I would be like, I guess I shouldn't have been standing so close either. Yeah, it's a weird place, Arcadia, in a lot of different ways. Oblivious Chinese grandma walking into walking into ball of flame is just one of the many ways in which Arcadia is strange. Well, what Shad is referring to specifically, Winston's mom, is in Arcadia, there was some bit of a I guess you'd say zoning issue. People had people were running brothels out of the condominiums in Arcadia, but they were all Asian brothels, and it was very inconsistent with the tenor of the neighborhood prior to the predominance of Chinese people in the demographic. Obviously, most of the Chinese people in Arcadia had nothing to do with the brothels, but it is the case that the existing residents in Arcadia who were getting displaced who disliked the increase in population density as especially in the non-single family home area you had a higher average number of people per living space than you had before. Increased traffic and stuff. You know, there there were people in the community who really didn't like the arrival of Chinese people into the neighborhood, and they're becoming the majority demographic and stuff. But the bottom line is they didn't mind the increased value of their homes when they sold. No, I don't blame you for not stemming, but I see Shad as talking specifically about Arcadia and not about Chinese people. Arcadia is a weird place, you know. It's a unique place that has has its own demographic dynamics and stuff, you know. I also am obviously not groupist or anything. And I probably I mean I think it's fair to say I don't really have any feelings about it. I don't think of the arrival of Chinese people as like ruining the neighborhood or something like that. Because it kind of coincided with the time when I was coming through high school and out of high school anyway, so it didn't impact me very much in terms of you know demographics were changing slowly at the time scale of my childhood. But it is the case also that as the neighborhood changed, the the local economy changed as well. Businesses that were there changed. There became fewer and fewer American restaurants or Italian or blah blah blah, and almost all of the restaurants became Chinese. Lots of the businesses had signage in Chinese, mostly, if not only in Chinese. So some people, that bothered some people. They felt attachment to an Arcadia that no longer was. I'm not one of those people, but I'm not as quick to judge Shad for. Keep in mind that Shad is married to an Asian woman. So, you know, not a Chinese woman, but an Asian woman nevertheless. Are you still married to her, Shad? No, it's fine, Mrs. Mom. I don't look. You're fighting a good fight. I just think in this instance, it's you made a reasonable conclusion, but it's not actually the case here. Oh, you're still married to her. Congratulations. You guys have been married a long time, huh? And you still wake up every morning. Apparently, a specific part of Sacramento was at one point run by the Russian mafia. Yeah. She was married to a Korean woman. I will say this regarding the sound of languages. Korean and Japanese sounds best of the Asian languages, just in terms of the tone of it, right? Korean also sounds pretty good. Chinese sounds terrible. It's so nasally and like, you know. Whereas Japanese is so melodious. Wakata, wakarimashita, so desu ka?失礼します. Korean sounds a lot more like Japanese than it does like Chinese. And then I don't really know or can't really identify by sound the other Asian accents, say Filipino, Cambodian, Laotian. Can't really tell. Nah, he ain't. He's Laotian. Ain't you? Chad is approximately my age, I think. Maybe a couple years younger than me, a few years younger. I don't know. I mean, I think Chinese is just like Chinese. I can't think of like Russian. Здравствуй, Vladimir. You know, it's like that go 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 go. Whereas Chinese is like it's got that kind of tone to it, right? And personally, I find that the least pleasing tone. Like French sound, sure, spoken French sounds lovely. Uh, Italian sounds more like you know, and then Mexican Spanish has got this like got that kind of quality to it. And that's Cantonese. Cantonese and Mandarin sound different. Well, and then like German is just all full of like hard sounding long words like Garfen Sniffen Doffer, Boofen Docken. You know, it's got long words. They talk about bratwurst a lot. Icelandic, they've got also very long words. But you know what? They're not necessarily long to say, although they may be, but they have a lot of consonants in them. I tested to try to get into Monterey's DLI Defense Language Institute. I'm so glad I didn't accept that job. I'd have flunked out of school and they'd have me a cook. Are you trying to say that they were going to cook and eat you? Is that what happens if you fail in the military? You become chow in the mess hall? Is that where they get all the meat from? German has long words because they use word stacking. Word stacking, huh? Like, would this be my Fireball bong rip pull. You know, instead of just being, I'm gonna pull bong rip, say, das ist mein Fireball bong rip pull. Ah. French Canadian English is just very fast English. With a French accent, though, right? My language, spoken exclusively by me, utilizes word Jenga. Oh, I've got some language that I use as it's just stuff that I say, but it doesn't mean anything. Like, I'll say when I'm sitting in the bathroom, for example, when I say, "Carson, da da, gefahren my time." Carson in my door. I just like to make different sounds sometimes. I Singaralapa. Tursin Fontanapapar. Tursin Fontanapapar. Tursin Fontanapapar. Is that Sim speech? Okay. Hand shoe is equals glove because it's a shoe for your hand. I see. That's how the Sims sound, huh? Snani Kolantin Pa. That's how the Sims sound. That's good. I sound like that too. I did root for the Dodgers. And if they didn't win, it would have been a shame. Is Sims synonymous with NPC? No, I mean, NPCs predated the Sims by a long time. For example, when I used to play the Ultima 1 on the Apple IIe, you'd have encounters with some, you know, like you go into the arms and weapons shop, and they'd always say the same thing. I enjoyed the shit out of this World Series. You were super into Ultima Online in the 80s? I mean the 90s? Well, yeah, I was into it in the 80s. Early 80s, I guess. You liked it as well, Chad? Or you were in the World Series? In Star Trek universe, a sim. No, you mean an NPC? That's an NPC? Yeah, well, like, Danube Steamship Company Captain's Cabin Key Ring. That's one German word? I can't even begin to say that. Ultima Online was the best. Was the greatest. Well, I didn't play it online. You know, there was no online with the Apple IIe. It predated onlinery. Well, I also feel, Ruben, a certain nostalgia for the relationship I had with and the feelings that I had about those early video games. Like when I'd go to Egghead, which was this store that sold floppy disks with games on them. Yeah, I am mainly an A's fan, which is say I watch all the A's games, but yeah, I've spent my whole life as a Dodgers fan. But since I moved up here, we've become A's fans. Um, yeah, I go to Egghead Software. I get like the new Bard's Tale is coming out, and this Bard's Tale is so sophisticated that it takes 8 floppy disks to hold all of the information on it. You know, those big ones like this. Not the little hard ones, but the floppy ones. Are you sure you're going to go back to Ultima Online? I think that we, with computers, I think we're going to go back to a time when we start putting our data back on those big floppy disks again. I think that was a better way to do things than we do it now. Is Bard's Tale still going? Yeah, I was a fan of Bard's Tale. Sure, at some point you had to turn off the music because you could not listen to that song play over and over again anymore. Dear kind sir, for those on the West Coast, is this channel about Wascally Wabbits Wednesday? No. All the Wabbits around here this Wednesday are non-Wascally. Have I ever been to a Fresno Grizzlies game? No, I have not gone to a Fresno Grizzlies game. I believe it might have been last Friday, which I maybe it was a couple days prior to that. I'm not sure. Rachel and I were thinking about going to a Fresno State basketball game. I think it was, and but we didn't because at the time I needed to get a new headlight for one of my headlights, a new light bulb for it. So I got that replaced now. So now we could go to a basketball game in theory. You want me to drive myself insane? I'd rather not. I'll just drive myself sane. Why doesn't anybody ever drive themselves sane?
That's a good, yeah, that's a good question. Do you have those floss thingies?
They're still in the candy closet.
Oh, the candy closet. I like the wrong place. Can I get a big kiss?
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
Mm-hmm. I love you too.
Mm-hmm.
Define insane. Quasi. Quasi, like a flock of ducks converging on a giant pile of worms. Bard's tail music will drive someone insane is what I meant. Oh yes. Yeah. Yeah, well. Now granted, if you play Bard's Tale, you know that if you're I guess you are playing the Bard character, I'm not sure, but it seems to me you had a party. Regardless, the Bard, they can learn up to a certain number of songs, and each of them does something different. So it's like support magic mostly, I think, where you play the song like Ardent Defense or something, and then the other people in your party +2 in defense or something like that. I think that's mostly how it worked. But it was a long time ago that in other words, buff and debuff. That's what they call it these days. No, I think it probably was debuffs too. It was a long time ago. Can you share some good news you've come across recently? Let's see. I don't have diabetes. You know, if somebody's going to be told to shut it if they keep playing the same to troll. Well, I mean, if you're playing Bard's Tale like I played it, which was on the Apple IIe, there's no internet, and you know, when you went to one part of the map, you had to now put in disk number 2. I had 2 disk drives, So you have to pull them. It seems to me you pull them both out at the same time or play. Like pull out just 1 and 2 and put in just 3 and 4 now. And then you got to go to the next part of the map. So obviously that became cumbersome at a certain point when you have too many discs, right? And you have to switch out just too often. Am I addicted to going live? It's actually a new phenomenon. I wouldn't say I'm addicted to going live, but I would say that live streaming is an important part of my overall mental well-being. I I don't see myself as addicted to it because um well, I'm going to be doing something during these hours. It may not be maximally on the things I should be doing end of the scale, but it's also not maximally on the things I shouldn't be doing end of the scale. I feel like it's more productive than watching TV, and now that I've discovered the new, I don't know how new the tool is, but new to me, tool that lets me clip shorts directly from live streams in a pretty efficient way. I think I'll find the time I spend live streaming to be more productive than I have found it heretofore. It provides me socializing that I wouldn't otherwise get out here in the woods where we're kind of isolated. We got cool neighbors, but we're not from here. We don't know a lot of people here or anything, and it's a pretty quiet life. There's not a ton of. I mean, it's a bit of a drive to get into town, so we don't go out to eat very much or anything. You know, it. I'd probably be lonely and feel isolated if I didn't have live streaming. So by going live, you're in essence driving yourself sane. Good point. Good point. Although I would say that would presume that I'm insane to start with, and I make myself more sane. But it's probably more accurate to say I keep myself sane. So I guess you could say that sanity is a destination that drives away from you if you don't live stream often enough. The freshest damn interface you ever had. You're like sub-sane. It's not quite insane, but it's not sane either. Subsanity. Like if you go to a party that's weird but not really going off, you say, "Oh my God, this is subsane." I mean, it's not normal, but it's not insane either. I'm chugging along on the sane train. Sanity is nice. Well, some of sanity is a spectrum, and some of it is binary. Outsane, that means more than normally sane. Absane, resane. I'm resane. Means you were insane, but now you're sane again. Re-insane means you were insane, then you became sane, then you became insane again. And anti-de-re-insane means it's the opposite of unre-insaning yourself, which is to say, to make yourself sane. The opposite of that. So it's basically to, you know, it's like being opposed to unre-insaning yourself. That's anti to resane. Pre-sane, post-sane, abstaining from liquor. No, that's abstaining. Not having liquor is making you abstain. That's how it's used, right? It's the insanity or lack of sanity or adjusted sanity that you feel that goes along with abstaining from something. So, I haven't had a cigarette in 3 days and it's making me abstain. Shad is Mr. Normal. Okay, so then you're trans-sane, meaning from the transcend kind of thing, right? Transcendentalist. You're a transcendentalist. You are above issues of sanity. Now, membranes are what we call non-sane. They don't contain matters of sanity. Saddam Hussein is different. No, it's not. I misspoke. It's not trans-sane. It's transcendenta-sane. Alcohol makes you drunk. Insane is another word for it. But insane is easier to treat than drunk. In Spain, sane means you are feeling sane in Spain. Tuning into live streams and Discord chats keeps me sane. What are we doing for Thanksgiving? Well, not you, Buddy Cat, and Anova, okay? I don't know what we're doing for Thanksgiving. I guess we'll get a turkey. I guess I'll make a turkey. I'll make a turkey and I'll stuff it full of stuffing so that we'll have stuffing and turkey. I could also, in theory, make green beans, which seems kind of traditional for Thanksgiving, but I could instead go broccoli. Untraditional, atraditional, non-traditional. No, because we're not using the in and the out like those prepositions. You know, granted, if you say, I'm around sane, then, you know, close enough, right? I'm pseudo-sane. Why do they celebrate it when Whitey made food with the natives? Well, it's obvious why the natives celebrate it, because the white people introduced them to, you know, cornucopias, turkey, stuffing, ham, cranberry sauce, pretty much everything. The natives, they only had corn. They brought the corn, which was cool. You know, we're like, well, this is good. Corn's good. This corn is metasane. Maybe that's what you should be instead of transcendisane. You could be metasane. No, I have a tradition of always dressing as Sacagawea for Thanksgiving. I have my little papoose that I cling to my bosom as I lead Lewis and Clark into Oregon. Omnisane. That means you're sane about everything. Right. Despite having lived with native turkeys in America for hundreds, if not thousands of years, none of the Native Americans ever thought to shoot and eat them. But Europeans did. And that's why we have turkey for Thanksgiving. Because, originally it was the Native Americans had Thanksgiving and the white people had your welcomes giving. Because obviously they were the one doing the giving and the Indians were receiving civilization. But over time, it's just like, yeah, we can all give thanks. It's fine. We appreciate the corn, I guess. I mean, who can deny it, right? Who can deny a good ear of corn on the cob? Nobody's going to try to tell you that's not delicious. We can all agree with that. Man, the Native Americans, they tried to bring some like fish they caught. The programs were like, no, get that fish out of here. We eat mammals and turkeys. We eat chickens too, but my point is we don't eat fish. And the reason is because it's gross. What, are you Indians celebrating Lent or something? It's not even Friday, it's Thursday. Why would you be eating fish? So the pilgrims took all the baskets of fish that the Indians had brought and threw them directly into the trash. Get out of here with your fish, they said. And your baskets are all stinky now too, so we're just gonna throw those away. The Indians were like, well, they spent us 7 months making that basket. Like, well, then you shouldn't have put stinky old fish in it. One of the Indians, whose name is Running Don't Eat Meat, said, oh, I'm a pescatarian, actually. And the pilgrims are like, what? That's not even a word. They shoved a nice gristly piece of pork in his mouth. What am I looking for? A working lighter. Some way to ignite this cigarette. Like, I had like 5 lighters, seems like just 2 days ago. Now I have none. Do I like Vegas? I disliked it. I disliked it when I went there last because it just felt like I was getting just robbed blind. What's your propane, charcoal, wood, or smoker? I do it over wood because it's free, but I guess I'd prefer charcoal technically, maybe. I mean, it depends how much time I feel like putting into the fire. Yeah, I'll take the torch outside. You're an egg? Maybe the Cleveland Indians should change their name to the Pilgrims to the Guardians. Right, well, I think the Redskins should have changed their name to the Pilgrims. Or the Conquistadors. And of course, the thing is, even though they changed it, anytime anybody references a player who played for Cleveland when they were the Indians or Washington when they were the Redskins is going to, they're still going to say the name, like, who's somebody fantasy played for the Redskins? Franklin Turbo. He played for the Washington Redskins in 1978. They're still going to have to call him that because that's what he played for. The Redskins should be named the Hot Links. The Braves. No, the Braves are still there. They still get to keep their name because nobody knows why. Nobody knows why they get to keep their name. I guess because Braves is considered not as specific to Indians or something. Like, yeah, Indians called their warriors braves, except they didn't. White people did, right? But, same thing is true with the Redskins, I guess. It's not like Indians called themselves that. I don't know. Personally, I like referring to, say pre-20th century, let's say pre-Civil War, well, pre-contact with Europe anyway, native populations. I think we should go back to referring to them as savages. Because that was the distinction that was made back in the day, was that, like, oh, these people that we're finding over here, they don't, have houses and farms and cities and Christianity. They were very obsessed with that back in the day. Like, oh, we gotta make them Christian. Do you though? They didn't have gunpowder. A substantial case can be made, which I heard someone make in a YouTube video convincingly, that the reason populations of savages were where they were and how they were is because of a lack of domesticatable labor animals. Like, Europe had horses, it had oxen. Further north, they had reindeer, all of which can be attached to things and made to pull your thing along. Obviously, it's also true that places where populations of savagery persisted a long time were lacking in obvious herding animals too. Europe had sheep and pigs and cows, and like North America, you had buffaloes. You can't herd buffaloes like you can herd cows, and you didn't have horses in America. You can't really ride a moose. You can't get it to give you a ride, even though it might be about the same size. And if you're trying to keep some animals around to eat and get stuff from, sheeps are a lot better than like deer. Deers will jump over your fences. They don't like to be kept as as meat animals very much. So a lot can be said about this notion that the reason where savagery persisted, it persisted because of a lack of domesticatable animals to do the right kinds of things. It's very difficult to imagine successfully subsistence farming if you're not farming some animals as well, right? Like, if you're just, nobody's going to get full enough to farm 40 acres of land eating a bunch of asparagus. What's for dinner, Paul? Asparagus. Again? Yep, that's what we grow. Could we maybe get a cow? Cow's just gonna eat the asparagus. No, we eat the cow. Why eat a cow when we got all this asparagus? Now you need some animals to mix in the mix with the vegetables. Oh sure, you could go for something super starchy, say like potatoes, and be all like, well, we're gonna grow nothing but potatoes. I'm very confident nothing's gonna happen to these potatoes. That's Ireland, by the way, that's saying that. You can probably tell from the obvious Irish accent. But yeah, really functional subsistence farm is going to have a renewable population of domesticatable meat animals like pigs or ideal or sheep, chickens, and also enough land they can rotate crops, and they're going to grow probably a mix of crops, not just one crop, even though that might be better for economic farming. If you're subsistence farming, it'd be good to have like, some potatoes and some I'm all out of things you could grow. Some weed, some potatoes and weed. You need at least potatoes and weed on your farm. You grow some wheat, some corn, you grow some asparagus, of course, some broccoli. You could grow some eggplants. You should grow some citrus fruit too, because otherwise you're gonna get scurvy. You grow some tomatoes and some green beans and some regular beans too. Would be good. You're probably not going to be able to have a rice paddy on your regular farm. You have to have. We're talking back in the day, not with irrigation, not with modern irrigation and pumps and stuff. So you'd have to be in the right area if you're going to possibly have. I love tomatoes. Uh, if you're just irrigating your fields with, like, maybe diverting water from a river, I guess you could make a rice paddy. But I don't think the olden days pilgrims really grew a lot of rice. You could grow grapes. You could grow pears, peaches. You could grow stone fruits of various kinds. Well, if it's too cold where you are, you could grow apples. We have several or two apple orchards around here. Neither of them very far from our house. One of them is open as a business that is called Sierra Cider Company. And they sell alcoholic cider, but they don't have any non-alcoholic cider. What does Rachel? She doesn't like to cook. You know, there are some things she does make though. She like if I want a cup of noodles, I'll ask her to make it. And I also typically ask her to make salad. But the other night she had a couple and and I asked her to make salad and she was like, how do I make a salad? So, you know, she's not gonna go into chefery as a profession. I cook a fair amount of stuff. I think about cooking some right now. You don't need an orchard unless you're a supplier. Well, the orchards around here, the two of them, one of them is just someone's orchard. It's like not that big of an orchard. It's got maybe, but way more than just a couple of trees, right? It's like maybe got 50 trees. But you can see the whole thing from the road as you drive past it. It's not that big. It's like someone's land where they just planted 50 apple trees or something. The other orchard, Sierra Cider Company, they have more. That's more of a big orchard, not gigantic, but and they use their apples to make their alcoholic cider, but they don't make any non-alcoholic cider. I guess it's a different kind of business license. This was your last day alive and you're really stoned to eat a 5-star 10-course meal. Probably the latter, I guess. Can you run naked through the orchard? I mean, not without permission. The orchard that's closer to our house is a smaller one. Not that much closer, they're both pretty close, but they do sell apples, but it's not really a business at all. 10-course meal. 10-course meal. I need to eat more food. I think I want to eat this. This is a delicious taste sensation that's sweeping the nation. I began eating this when I tried to change my diet some, not that long ago. And these things, they say they're net zero carbs. Seems like bullshit to me because basically the idea is that if something has fiber in it, you can have that many grams of carbs and then they cancel each other out somehow. I don't understand the reasoning behind that, but that's what the reason is. So get this pan here. And we don't need to even put any oil or anything in it because we're just using it to heat these up. Then we're going to put butter on it for extra deliciousness. I know. All of you right now are saying to yourselves, I wish I had tortillas and butter to make tortillas and butter. And or I'm going to copy Eric and go make tortillas and butter right now. If you have tortillas and butter. But of course, it has to be flour tortillas. You don't want to do this with corn tortillas. Corn tortillas are factually inferior in every way to flour tortillas. Flour tortillas are soft and chewy, but corn tortillas are crumbly and mealy. And that's why, at the end of the day, corn didn't win Thanksgiving. Instead, it was other things. You know, stuffing, that's basically wheat. I mean, God Himself endorses wheat. He doesn't say, give us this day our daily corn tortilla. He says, give us this day our daily flour tortilla. Put that one in there. Now I gotta roll this up. You gotta roll it up. Then you gotta pinch up the end a little bit so it doesn't come out. That's a hot pan. You know, a lot of people ask me, Eric, what's the difference between a tortilla and a pancake? And the answer is Mexican know-how. That's the difference. Another possible answer is you don't put syrup on a tortilla. Oh, thanks a lot, computer, your ways. Mmm. Mmm. Might as well brush the toast with butter. Well, I'm trying to make it less messy, not more messy. Three little high ogle can paran. That's butterific. When I was a little kid, we used to go to this Mexican restaurant. It used to be in Arcadia. On Santa Anita, just north of the Denny's, which at the time was a tiny neighborhood, I believe. Anyway, they used to serve tortillas like this with butter. But I go with my parents, just wanted to just eat the buttered tortillas. They didn't want to eat anything but just an infinite amount of these. Yeah, buttered tortillas. That's a full day. That's a heck of a day. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. The other big win about buttered tortillas is that's fast, you know? Doesn't take a lot of effort or time. So I have a hot, delicious snack. Addicted to live streaming. Coming up, an alarming trend among young people. Is your child addicted to live streaming? With live streaming rates rising at an alarming pace, experts, authorities, and other concerned Karens are deeply, deeply concerned about the amount of alarm they feel. I accept it. I just want people to have the best version of stuff I've had. What's the best version of the stuff you've had? No meat or anything? I'm not having a meal. I'm just having a buttery, bready, chewy, delicious snack. You dirty a lot of dishes, huh? I mean, it's impossible to not dirty dishes if you're going to cook any food. Like, obviously, some of the time I make frozen dinners or whatever, but I just can't eat just that all the time. I've had this need to make actual food sometimes. Because it's somehow more satisfying and filling and stuff if you cook food. But it's impossible to not dirty dishes. It's annoying, you know, because the most you can dirty a dish in any possible way is to cook in a pan or a pot, right? The pan and the pot, they're gonna get grease in it, and you're gonna scrape the grease in the trash, and you know, it's like it takes some elbow grease, and or you have to dedicate a whole dishwasher load to the pots and pans, and even then you're gonna have to clean them pretty good before you put them in there. So yeah, you don't have to have a pan for buttery tortillas. And am I unmuted? I'm unmuted. I'm not muted. You're muted, Ruben. Chad, can you hear me? Yes. Eric, didn't you once say bad FI spot is not knowing what you want, but being more aware of what you don't want? Well, yeah, I do use as a test that's not determinate but is indicative. When you ask somebody if their feelings tell them more about what's important to them or about where their boundaries are. People who are FI backstack are more likely to say where their boundaries are, and people who are FI front stack are more likely to say both. It's also the case that for me personally, I'm it's easier for me to know what I don't like uh, than to know which of the things that I like am I going to actually do. So, I've got a number of ideas for things that I'd like to do slash make. I'd like to play around with music. I'd like to make this video I have in mind of basically doing a tier iceberg tier kind of thing on pleasant core content makers that I like. I've got I've got a kind of a roadmap for it in mind, but um, so for me, the knowing what I want, it it's not just purely an FI thing because it's also I also have problems with bad extroverted sensing. So if I want to do something that's a project that requires more stick to itiveness and follow through, then that's gonna get this. That's gonna be less likely to be done. In other words, the likelihood of me doing it is not going to correspond 1 to 1 with the amount I think it's worth doing. I mean, I know what I hate more than what I like most of the time, which is frustrating, but I don't know if food counts for that as well. Right. Knowing what you like in terms of food is not the same thing as knowing what's important to you. So I know that it's important to me to make stuff, but I have a bad sense of like I'm not that doesn't motivate me to actually make stuff. I know that my daughter's super important to me, but that on some intellectual level, right? But that does a poor job of motivating me to actually call her. Trump just signed a bill to release the Epstein files. Things are going to get interesting. Maybe they will. I mean, it is the case that your SI well being is going to link somewhat to your feelings, right? But we have something called hangry. When you're hungry and your SI, your biologics needs aren't being met, then that's going to impact you emotionally as well. I get a, I have a much different emotional profile when I'm sleep deprived, for example, than when I'm not. Well, I think that safety and nerves, you're talking about potentially things that link to FI stuff like anxiety, fear, anxiety, or FI things. But comfort in terms of the absence of discomfort. That's SI. Oh, satiety. Satiety. Alright, fair enough. I just assumed you had misspelled it or something. Whether or not you're full. But your nerves, huh? Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure the extent to which feelings of well-being are, well, they're not entirely, they don't entirely comprise SI. Like, you can be physically comfortable and depressed or anxious or whatever. SI up high typically is pretty consistent in their daily routines. They're probably gonna go to bed at a sensible time, go to bed at a sensible time, afford themselves enough time to sleep. Megan Kelly is making the case that he didn't really like them that young. He wasn't into children, but he was okay with teens. He being our POTUS, and there's a quote to back that up. Ick. You think depressed people have a need for new experiences and to travel more, have variety in life, getting away from themselves? No, I mean, I think that when I'm feeling depressed, I need to do some chores, complete some tasks, maybe get out into the world, like run an errand to town. But I don't think I am would be well served to travel. That's you can't run away from yourself. You can distract yourself is fine, and that's what you're saying is get away from your thoughts. But um, I don't think traveling is going to get you away from your thoughts any more than just doing whatever, something other than just sitting around and stewing in your ontological distress. Of course, that's the challenge is when you're depressed, you're not motivated to do anything. Nothing sounds fun, and when you do it, it probably just be like, traveling can be somewhat distracting. Pretty sure Clinton and Trump are not clean in regards to Epstein, but what I don't understand is why didn't Biden release them? Uh, I don't know. I, obviously there's at least some population, some subpopulation at least of the rich and powerful mover and shaker class that are interconnected in ways that produce a lot of pushback or resistance to getting that getting those things out there in the public. Antidepressants help. They can, and it can be an important thing to take sometimes if you're in that state, right? Um, I found that Wellbutrin helped me during a time when I needed something, but I actually don't like to take it anymore. I guess I'm not depressed anymore, really. I will probably feel depressed again come the end of this bottled Adderall and crashing out and such, but my point is, if you're truly happy with who you are and what matters in life to you, you can be settled as you are more or less. Well, the Clintons and Trumps are friends, so they're connected somehow. Yeah. When you are feeling depressed, you're better off probably treating that with antidepressants than trying to soldier through. Uh, but I also think that depression has varying degrees of linkage to situational stuff. So people like to talk about depression just being a brain chemistry thing, and for some people have chronic battles with depression throughout their life. That would seem to maybe make sense then. I don't think that's the case with me. I don't think my depression stemmed from, well, at least not exclusively from some randomly occurring brain chemistry stuff. You know, I think for me it had a lot to do with dramatic life changes and being somewhat slow to adapt to those. Most of us operate on speculation when it comes to the news. We'd like to assume that the news is factual, but we shouldn't. Yeah, I think a lot depends on relationship with FI and NI, says Ruben to Show Media. I just think for myself, when I try to do different things or move around more, which is deep down out of my character, I'm doing it more from a bad place to get away from myself or certain thought from the past. That was me last weekend, pretty much every weekend. Well, in general, regarding the news, Chad, I try not to read a bunch of news. Tend to find it depressing. One of my problems is not assuming that it's accurate, factual, or whatever. My problem is twofold. Either one, I don't like to read about American politics because people are doing it wrong. And two, in general, if I read the news very long, I'm going to be made frustrated by somebody's stupid wrongness that they are trying to, which they honestly believe probably, right? It is the case that some of the media we consume, some news reporting and such, is sculpted by intelligence interests and such. I don't think there's any disputing that. But it's also the case that plenty of what we consume as far as media content is not constructed willfully by by something with some agenda, but rather it does represent the genuine and honestly believed wrongness of the author. There's a lot of different ways in which people are wrong. Hmm. An Acacia vehicle, ESP vehicle. Maybe she married a Russian. Who married a Russian? I used to think BBC was okay until they falsified footage on Trump. Well, there as far as news stuff goes, I guess it's kind of important to know what you're trying to understand or figure out. Because there are plenty of news stories that will just bounce off my eyes. They're not going to even register as being about anything because I'm not interested in them, or it doesn't link to something that I am interested in. But, you know, there are some kinds of news stories that are more likely to represent either a publication's agenda or, say, an intelligence agency's agenda. And there are other kinds of other kinds of articles that are much more likely to be representative of the individual authors, whatever. I mean, it's important to remember that by and large, you don't need any centralized control or nudging even to get a bunch of media that is wrong in various ways, because very few people are correct about things. And people comprise the generators of the content. Like during COVID, for example, there was no reason to move around or go out, and I felt more content those months and perhaps healthier, which is strange because less exercise, but I was making healthier food choices out of less stress and worrying about moving around. Most people are lazy. Well, I don't think that's why they're wrong, though, Shad. It may be the case that they're lazy, but that I don't think accounts for their wrongness. I'm lazy, but I'm not wrong. So, I mean, sometimes I am, but by and large, I'm not wrong. It's just that people, like, for example, in order to drive a car down the road, I have to have and make decent speed and progress down it anyway. I need to operate under the assumption that when I turn this corner that you can't really see around all the way, that there's not going to be a brick wall right there in the road, right? That there's not going to be something that interferes with my ability to use the road as a road. I have to operate under the assumption that, um, given that unless there's a road that crosses the road here, that no cars are going to come in from the side because there's no roads over there. I have to operate under all kinds of assumptions. When I'm driving on a two-lane highway, I have to assume that this little white line between me and the other car, both of us traveling 70 miles an hour, that we're both going to respect that line, and that that's enough to make sure we don't crash, you know. All these kind of assumptions are necessary for us to function in the world. But what happens is that most of the areas where we have problems with correctness link to, instead of those kind of concrete assumptions that allow us to do concrete things, we're instead talking about models, explanations, worldviews, heuristics, etc., about that ultimately end up playing out as how you use language. Most people, they'll just see it and regurgitate it. You know what I mean within this context. I mean, I think they're fragile, is what they are, more than intellectually lazy. And people are caused distress when what they think they know gets challenged. Like, Touch is a good example. He's not intellectually lazy. He's intentionally like ill configured to understand things in the way that I'm he's basically when he's listening to me talk, I'm hitting him in his blind spot over and over and over and over again because I'm using words to do a process of elimination approach to typing that is just pure TI all the time, right? And so why is he so wrong? Well, it's not because he's intellectually lazy. It's because he's unable to engage what I'm saying within the paradigm in which I'm saying it. And more significantly, he believes himself to be type Mya, which is not TI polar. And so the me presenting him with a map of himself that tells him he's wrong about himself when he has a, a very rich relationship with his subjective data, that is causing a great deal of ontological distress, and he's seeking to, well, he's doubling down on the thing being threatened by, I guess, by going on the attack, saying that basically, like, if you're gonna invalidate my wrong ideas about cognitive functions, typology, myself, etc., then I'm going to tell you you're an ESTJ, Eric. And you can tell that there's not intellectual laziness there because he's not even making any attempt at all to explain himself or justify himself, despite me asking for some reasoning or justification many times, right? So instead, what he's doing is, in his mind, he's preventing me from spinning. What that means is he's not going to give me any words because then I might use them against him. Of course, I wouldn't be using them against him. I'd be using them to do work, that is to say, to make sure that we're meaning things. Unfortunately, since he's not predicating his position statements on actual reasoning that's, you know, derived from definitions you can do work with, then whatever he said wouldn't be adequate to justify anything. And if I were to say, okay, well, that's bullshit or whatever, then best case scenario, he would say, you just don't understand what I mean. I said that, but I didn't mean that. Something like that, you know? Yeah, the TI thing with Touch was pretty bonkers indeed. People are out there assuming that the white line will prevent them from being hit if they stay on their side. Right. But that's a perfectly understandable assumption to have. It's easy to deal with, right? you know that on some level that in theory somebody could not stay in their lane, and you have a kind of an awareness that maybe they could come over. And it's true that, driving on these roads around here, you're going to come around some corners at, even if you're taking it slow at a decent clip, and if there's a deer standing right there, you're going to run into it. It's not, maybe you'll have time to screech on the brakes, but depending on where the deer might conceivably be, just driving normally and safely, even, you may be at risk for hitting a deer. So, those kind of physical expectations and assumptions, they come along with kind of intellectual caveats, but the reality is if we were to actually hit a deer one day, it would probably be rather traumatic because despite being aware of the possibility, we're not actually expecting it to happen. We're complacent. I mean, I wouldn't call myself complacent. I'm just disengaged. Because it's very difficult now to engage with politics in any way without engaging an expression of politics that's politics by outrage or politics by suspicion. You know, I have the answers, I have the solutions, but uh you know, if 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 people won't follow, I can't lead. And if I can't lead, I will get out of the way. You're waiting for me to hit 100,000 subs? You got quite a wait coming on. We're still at 19.1 and been there for a long time now. I mean, it doesn't matter how much street cred Kamala Harris has, right? Nobody would correctly claim that she hasn't ticked off a couple of prerequisite boxes like being a lawyer, having been VP. The reason why she shouldn't run is because she's an incredibly bad candidate with incredibly bad ideas and no intuition whatsoever and no charisma. So she's an extremist on the left. Obviously, we don't want extremists on the right either. Trump, on the other hand, is a populist of mishmash of different garbage, But we don't want somebody who's a commie, obviously. And she just is fundamentally just super dishonest too. I got to see her political campaigns during the last election cycle, and not that political ads are ever especially honest, but my goodness, that woman could not have been more disingenuous. Whereas, was Trump better? Well, was Trump more honest? Yes. Does Trump have an equivalently weak relationship with being able to identify the truth? Yes. But maybe not quite as weak as Kamala Harris is. Trump is inclined to believe whatever he thinks is how the truth is. Whatever he feels, I guess I should say. Kamala Harris thinks there is no truth. And it's just like bad ideas that you push for God knows what reason. Callie's so messed up. How can you say that I don't think they're saving? Callie's not that messed up. Now that comprises a right wing talking point, right? Like the only people who think California is super messed up are people who are team people, which is means they should not be involved in thinking about politics at all. They're team people who identify on the right hand side of the outrage stuff, the culture war, and they want to demonize and boogeyman uh, blue states, California being the flagship blue state, right? I'm not saying California's perfect or whatever, but California's a huge state. Where I live is freaking fantastic. Yeah, well, I would like to run. I also have said on many occasions that realistically I'm not going to be able to unless I can get to, say, 100,000 subs or so. I need a certain amount of visibility to be taken seriously enough to even, book speaking engagements or something. Newsom is just he's just he's like virtue signaling theater. He's the queen of virtue signaling theater. But, relatively harmless as California's governor. And that's the thing we need to remember because when we play team slash outrage person, we fail to evaluate things accurately. Like Trump's, even the second term, which was worse than the first, has not done that much damage to the country. Granted, I'd maybe feel differently if I were Mexican, you know, then maybe I'd think, gosh, this president seems eager to deport me. But it's certainly the case that neither Trump term did as much damage to the country as Obama, George W. Bush, either of those two, did much more damage to the country than Trump has done. Hi, David Berzota. She will remain in politics, I believe, but I doubt she will run for and become a president. I think we'll see the first female duly elected on her own from the Republican side of the aisle. Yeah, Obama's biggest failure was ACA, but he also actually ramped up. He ramped up drone strikes and stuff failed to close Guantanamo Bay. Basically, everything bad he could have, everything bad about Obama he got done. Everything good about Obama he accomplished nothing. No, Chad, it is the case that different presidents did do or have done more harm and or good to the strength and economic prosperity of the nation, right? So George W. Bush, worst president in a long time, right? Because of the Iraq War, the War on Terror, Patriot Act, etc. The Affordable Care Act was indisputably terrible, terrible idea, and simply codified middlemen with a legislative mandate for people to purchase way more health insurance than they actually need or want. With the mythical notion that somehow you're going to extricate market forces from healthcare, which is crazy. Right, Winston's mom. It's true that Obama and Trump have done a different kind of damage. So it is the case that whether or not Obama deported people, he was not deporting people in the way that Trump is deporting people, um, with sort of a wanton disregard for the well-being of families and stuff. Because obviously, let's say you're two illegal aliens who come here and have kids here. Well, your kids are citizens, and now you, eh, with this vigorous enforcement of immigration stuff, you've created situations that produce no benefit for the country, but do have a lot of harm to at least some of the citizens of the country. I don't know. It, it's not obviously something that I'm particularly prioritizing as a super big deal because at least it's legitimate, right? The president can legitimately enforce federal immigration law. What's what's uh what's way worse was, going and launching unjustified invasion of Iraq, the initiating the so-called Arab Spring, and spending God knows how many trillions of dollars in the process. That was way worse. So, Trump's presidencies will ultimately prove unremarkable in history. What's so infuriating about Trump is his disregard of the habits and institutions of democracy, checks, balances, and his inability slash refusal to justify things adequately, communicate adequately, and engage as the representative of all the citizens of the country rather than just the ones who voted for him. You know, his his inability slash refusal to even pay lip service to the critical values that underpin an American citizen democracy. Uh, but the thing to remember is that which is that which is accomplished through presidential decree can just as easily be whisked away with presidential decree. So it's, I don't know. I hated him so much until the last election cycle when I got to see what Kamala Harris was like. And I thought, oh, Jesus. I'd definitely rather have Trump than that nightmare, you know? And not just a terrible candidate. I mean, objectively a terrible human being, right? A prosecutor with no intuition, just interested in justice, only interested in furthering her career at the cost of human lives, you know? Well, yeah. I mean, Mrs. Mom, here's the deal, though. It's not surprising that Trump can't handle it when people use words to try to pin him down. I'm surprised Trump doesn't accuse them of spinning. Yeah, Biden did not do too much damage either. Yeah, Biden was a pretty harmless president. Got almost nothing at all accomplished. And that's not so bad. I would say that in terms of the time frame and the public awareness of it, Biden was the most well positioned to do something about Ukraine, although it didn't actually happen on his watch. Didn't start on his watch. But if my complaints about a presidency is their failure to act in this foreign policy context, I mean, call that a win. Oh, dear God. My foot hurts. I've got painful foot syndrome. At some point, I'm not exactly sure when or how, I like stepped on something where it like stepped on here, you know, and it has been bruised and sore now for such a long time. I don't know why it's taking such a long time to heal. Maybe I should wear shoes more. Everyone is accusing everyone else. Well, yeah. Another way to put that is people are vastly more interested in blaming the paradigm wrongness of the other people than they are in addressing any actual policy matter, you know? People are more interested in arguing about and determining what someone's position on abortion is than they are at talking about an actual issue that is still that could possibly have policy made. Like California, that gerrymandering law proposition, they had ads that said protect reproductive rights. Well, I mean, what they're really that's just leftist dog whistling, right? Like saying, um, by prioritizing Democrat, they weren't even honest enough to say this, but they made it clear to nobody at all in those ads what the proposition was about. Basically, what they're saying is by giving Democrats even more of an advantage in California than your precious Democratic wedge issues, well, people will agree with you on those. Won't change any policy at all or anything. The thing is, if you're voting on abortion, then you're voting on not politics, right? Not policy. You're just voting on, um, I want, I want that person to be on the good guys team, whichever side of abortion you're on, even though there's zero chance that person will have any impact on that, on how that policy issue plays out in terms of the law. Like in California, the, access to abortion is not going to be restricted at all. If anything, it'll probably be outrageously empowered so that people get abortions 15 minutes into their contractions. So it's just signaling to your outraged team members that, I'm outraged against those things too. Like it said in that gerrymandering proposition ad, stand up to Trump. Okay, fucking, gerrymandering has nothing to do with Trump. One of the things that bothers me most about Trump is his lack of respect for national parks, national monuments, stuff like that. I think it's important that we preserve wild spaces. The U.S. does have a lot of federally held land. Some states have a shit ton, some states not very much at all, but there are a lot of BLM lands out here in the West. And I appreciate that, It's not all private property that precludes a person from going and exploring the wilds. And I'm no commie, okay? But I just think there's a lot of value in preserving spaces that aren't developed where people can go and be outside and find an isolated spot and camp by themselves and stuff like that. Places where people can go shoot their guns and stay in an RV someplace if they want to. It's not my cup of tea, but I wouldn't want to get an RV. Staying in an RV sounds miserable. It's like all the worst parts of everything. You get a minimally effective living space with limited amount of usable water and stuff, but you still have to pay to park someplace with hookups or anything. Who is paying for the ballroom in the White House? I'm sure Trump's not paying it. No, I know. Bureau of Land Management lands are not national parks. I segued from national parks to BLM lands because I just was thinking about Sidetrack Adventures, this YouTube channel I watch, or today's episode. It comes out every Wednesday. Featured Steve driving across BLM lands on this road of uncertain origin that actually is a dirt road that goes directly from Barstow to Antelope Valley. BLM is Bureau of Land Management, okay? Not Black Lives Matter. I didn't even cross my mind when I said BLM that anybody would think Black Lives Matter. I'm talking about the Bureau of Land Management. Investors are paying for the ballroom? Well, I mean, Trump does not have a good track record of paying his bills. Let's just put it that way. I think that's just a fair critique of the man, right? He rented all these places to have his political rallies and didn't pay them. You're the minister of the Duke of the Duchy of Braggadocio and boastifications. Yes, Winston Mom, you and I are on the same page there. I mean, if it comes out that the taxpayers are okay, I'm not worried about if the taxpayers are paying for the ballroom, right? It's like he's remodeling the White House or something. Whatever, that's a reasonable taxpayer expense. But I'm more concerned about him hiring somebody to do it and not paying them, promising to pay it himself and then not paying them at all. That seems to be a much more legitimate concern. I'm the Count of Mariposa. I'm a Viscount, actually. Had that been a concern? About him paying his bills? Yeah. He has a long track record of not paying his bills. Remember, I'm not pro-Trump or anti-Trump. I personally, there's lots of things I don't like about him, but I evaluate everything on its merits. I'm not trying to demonize him or lionize him. I'm not trying to excuse anything, nor am I trying to condemn him for things that he shouldn't be condemned for. Well, no, he has not paid this bill yet, but there have been many bills that he's incurred since beginning his career in politics, which he has not paid, including many like gathering halls that he rented to hold political rallies, saying he would pay them later, and he never paid them. So, is it reasonable to be a little sus about whether we should afford him credit on this ballroom? I don't know if he's even paying with credit. You say he's paying with investors. Okay, so if he's lined up a bunch of reliable people to pay the bill, that's fine. I mean, I'm not trying to, I have no opinion about this ballroom at all. Whether it should be built or not or whatever, I don't care. If the president feels the need to put a new ballroom in the White House, is it a little like frivolous, yeah, but you know, it's the White House. It should have nice stuff in it and whatever. So why are we including this conversation? Because apparently the issue of who's paying for it and how is a question that's being debated currently. And apparently, the primary concern that people are voicing is that the taxpayer shouldn't have to pay for it. But I'm saying that wouldn't bother me if the taxpayers had to pay for it. But it would bother me if the president hired somebody and didn't pay them, as he already has. So of course it's relevant. How are we going to have a ball if we don't have a ballroom? You know, like most people, I find that fancy balls are central to my daily life. Why do I have this coat and tails and top hat and cane if not to attend a ball? You think I'm just going to go to a regular party dressed like that? I don't think so. I'm too fancy for that. I would also accept a gala affair. A gala of some kind. That would be fine too. If I am going to have a ball, though, I want it to be my debutante ball. It could be a combo of my debutante ball, my prom, and my Sweet 16. And my quinceañera. Let's make a pot of coffee. Now I'm getting pretty excited about this ballroom. I'm glad Trump's putting in a ballroom. You know, Curtis LeMay, back in the day, famously say, we have a bomber deficit against the Soviet Union. Well, what I want to tell you now is it is time for America to overcome its ballroom deficit. Just look at the kind of ballrooms they have in Singapore, and Shanghai maybe, Vienna. Do we want to be the world's ballroom also ran? What a lot of people don't know is that Putin offered to resolve the Ukraine matter with a dance-off. That's why Trump's decided to put the ballroom in. He knows the only way he's going to beat Putin in a dance-off is if he has the home court advantage. Go. Go or stay. You have two choices. Stand in the open doorway and let the cold air in is not one of your choices. What do you want to bet? He names it the Trump Ballroom. I'm guessing. I'm just speculating, but I can see him have that put up on the walls in big gold letters. Trump. That's how he knows that something's his. He's written his name on it in giant letters. Hey, look at that. It's mine. I can tell. T-R-U-M-P. That's me. I got so many different things. I got like Trump Casino, Trump Towers, Trump House. I got Trump Ballroom. I got Trump Chair. I like to sit in this chair here. It says Trump on it. My Trump chair. That's me. I'm Trump. So I guess, and this pillow is yours as well. Let me look at it. Yeah, T-R-U. Yeah, this is my pillow. It says Trump on it. That's me. I'm the Donald. I see. And it's all in this tacky gold, huh? Only the very best for me. Only the best for Trump. Everything in gold. White House is a perfectly fine thing to say. I'm not going to disagree with you there. I do have my name on MLB baseball helmets. We're going to get only the fanciest everything. All fake gold and fake palm trees. It's going to be beautiful. So do you want us to carve your name into the palm trees? Yeah, that's right. Carve it into Trump. Then put in some gold, like some gold paint or something. Okay. Trump is really a fan of putting his name on things. We're all just picking our favorite megalomaniacs year after year. Well, Chad, I hope to provide you solvency to that someday. I hope to successfully run for president and to be, the whole country will have 4 years of the scolder in chief. I'll be scolding people left and right. Because that's what I do, that's how I roll. I like to scold. I like to scold the wrongers. No, no, no. You get your wrongness right out of here. I won't let any bullshit fly without being called out. I will call it out like left on rice. Have some sort of Italian dish. I am kind of hungry, but I don't really want to make anything. I don't really have anything that easy to just eat. I could eat a couple of little cheeses. I got some snack cheeses. Send accidental tings. What are tings? Ting, ting, a ting, 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 a ting. Are you talking about silver bells? Alright, well, the coffee's going. It seems like I made it a little too strong, maybe. So it's going to have a lot of milk in it. Plus a little bit of non-dairy creamer. We're almost out of non-dairy creamer. We need to get more of that. We might have to go into town tomorrow to do that. Silver bells, silver bells, it's Christmas time in the city Ring-a-ding, hear them ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day. City sidewalks, on the sidewalks, with the meow, 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 meow. In the air there's a feeling of Christmas. Happy things there, blah, 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 blah. You guys ready for some serious Christmas caroling? We're going to have it playing on all the speakers and all the stores. You'll have me singing Christmas carols periodically, whether I know the words or not. Like meow 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 meow. I actually do know those words to Jingle Bells, but that was just an example. Not to be. It's like if somebody put on an example credit card person's name. It's not considered to be a real name. Similarly, that example was not a real example of me not knowing the words. It was just an example. You miss Sioux Plantation? Well, Acacia, you should never have gotten your COVID all over it. Have you considered taking Golden Corral as an alternate? Like, they also have buffet. From what I understand, Golden Corral is not very good. I think I maybe went there one time, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, apparently it's pretty ratchet, as they say. This buffet be ratchet. You ain't even got no cottage cheese. This is a scene that commonly plays out at the Golden Corral. You better go back and get me some cottage cheese. This is me at the Golden Corral. I'll admit it, it's me. If you can't put in your buffet a pineapple ring and some cottage cheese, then you have no business even calling this any kind of corral, let alone a Golden Corral. You should see them scurry looking for pineapple rings. They had the cottage cheese, they were just being chintzy with it. They put out one little teeny spoonful at a time. Better bring me a whole half gallon of cottage cheese. And they did. And I ate it. All of it. With one pineapple ring. I call it the Dieter's Special. Back when my grandmother was alive, that would be number one item on the diet menu. Pineapple ring and cottage cheese. Neither of which seem like diet foods to me now. I mean, sure, cottage cheese is kind of diety-ish, I guess. A pineapple ring? It's not even just fruit, it's like fruit soaked in sugar. I'm beginning to think that they didn't really have anything for people on a diet. Just a piece of lettuce. That dieter's plate. It said in small print, one piece of lettuce. $9.99. Does it come with a drink? It comes with water. Because you're on a diet, remember? Why is it so expensive? Because we don't want your kind in here. Okay? So if you're going to be here, obviously you're going to have to pay. This restaurant is called Fat Fanny's Feeding Trough. Why are you eating here? Well, you just have your lettuce and go. Hi, Fat Fanny's Feeding Trough. This is Judy. How can I help you? Cottage cheese? No. Get out of here. And that was me reenacting a scene I saw at Fat Fanny's feeding trough the other day. When I was having my gravy boat full of gravy. That was what I got for my side dish. I got a bowl of pork fat from the main course. I had gravy boat full of gravy for one of my sides. And I had ranch dressing for my other side. And I had a meat shake for my drink. Basically, they cook up breakfast sausage and then blend it into a shake. Dude, don't yuck my yum, cottages. Feta is less wet and wobbly than cottage cheese. And it's good to see Rachel eats feta cheese straight out of the box sometimes. Yeah, cottage cheese with gravy. Cottage cheese, gravy, ranch dressing, and breakfast link shake. Cottage cheese with ketchup. Shad Betham, I'm down for putting ketchup on random things. I like to put ketchup on mac and cheese. But cottage cheese? No, sir. No. There shall be no ketchup on any cottage cheese on my watch. That's how to ruin a perfectly good scoop of cottage cheese. We need to get more cottage cheese. I agree. Okay, we'll get more cottage cheese. We will eat our curds and whey. Cottage cheese and vodka? Can I have a cottage cheese martini, please? A what? You know, a cottage cheese teeny. It's 2 parts vodka, 1 part vermouth, 3 parts cottage cheese. And could you just go ahead and give me a pimento-filled olive in there too, please? Thank you. Yeah. Oh, that looks delicious. Curdy. You know, really, that's what Little Miss Muffet was eating. They say she was eating her curds and whey, but she was just eating cottage cheese. But The cottage cheese she was eating was a little wetter than the cottage cheese we get at the store. Mm-hmm. I picture like people making themselves a drink like a Greyhound or something, walking away from the drink mixing area and me going, "Oops, don't forget your scoop of cottage cheese." What? Oh, no, don't. You're welcome. The Yorkshire Mousetown Hobbit Cottage. I gotta say, Acacia, that Smurf video you linked to me yesterday. I I do not say this lightly. Now that guy had autism. I managed to slog through a decent chunk of that video before I found a well-made version of the same video. But I mean, I think I watched maybe the whole thing of that, but it was very strange. He, some parts of it, like, he had some random music in the background that was like completely drowning out his voice. I wouldn't have been able to even hear him except the closed captions picked it up. But it did have some interesting facts in the mix, you know. Like, you know that um, that there's supposed to be only exactly 99 Smurfs, but then they just kind of get rid of that rule. It it it's supposed to be like every Smurf has a specific job, like brainy, handy, clumsy Smurf, painter Smurf. Well, eventually nowadays they just keep adding like new characters and stuff, and they just have names like Rosaline or something. It's not even a job. So, you know, I've heard multiple different things, but apparently somebody commented on my recent Smurf short, and what it said was that um, the first season of the cartoon, Gargamel was trying to eat the Smurfs, but then they thought that was too dark or something for the kids, so they changed it to he's trying to use them to turn something into gold or turn the Smurfs into gold or something. I never watched Game of Thrones, no. I am probably not going to as well. So Gargamel has a brother as well that, like, he's kind of looks like a beat poet or something, his general look. There's also Gargamel has a nephew who's bad too, named Scruples, I think. There are also, even though the way new Smurfs come about is the stork delivers them. And there's an episode where the Smurf village gets delivered a baby by the stork. But despite the fact that that's where the babies come from, all the Smurfs in the Smurf village, including Papa Smurf, seem to want to have sex with Smurfette. Well, the Smurfs is actually a spin-off of a cartoon that wasn't about the Smurfs, but the Smurfs played a small role in it. Um, I forget what it was called, but it was like there was this knight guy and like a wizard guy, and it was like it featured people, but the Smurfs played a small role in that. And that cartoon was your source material for that eventually spun off into the Smurfs. That cartoon wasn't that successful. Eventually, the Smurfs became more popular than that cartoon. What do I think about Adamant? I mean, pretty good, you know. Not too bad for his time. He's got a few good songs. He's got Don't Drink, Don't Smoke, What Do You Do? Don't Drink, Don't Smoke, What Do You Do? Subtle innuendo follows. It must be something inside. The subtle innuendo is meant to suggest that while he doesn't drink and smoke, he has casual sex, treating that as a drug. It's like that's nothing to be proud of, Adamant. You're supposed to treat drugs as drugs and people as humans. He also has desperate but not serious, and other good songs too. There's at least one more good song. Yes, Gargamel made Smurfette. He made Smurfette as part of one of his many plans to capture Smurfs. One, of course, naturally wonders if he could make Smurfette, why does he need to capture Smurfs? Why not just make a bunch of Smurfs? But that's not how he rolled, you know. Hi, Popovich. Hi, Kenton. Anyway, he made Smurfette, and Smurfette was evil to start out with. And then Papa Smurf cast some spell on her to make her blue, because originally she wasn't blue. She was some other color. Not sure what color. Kings of the Wild Frontier. You know, the thing is, I actually was an Adamant fan contemporaneous to when it came out, but if I were to listen to one of those albums, I'd probably know it reasonably well, but I can't remember it very well right now. He had an interesting, very unusual aesthetic. You know, he had, like, I don't even know what you call his clothing style, but then he also had these like lines on his face and stuff. He didn't really look like anybody else of the era. Gargamel, I am a simple wizard with a simple desire, limitless power and world adulation. So why does it have to be so hard? Well, because Smurfs are hard to catch, you know? They've got a magical barrier around their village that makes it impossible to find. And, you know, there's one very famous episode of the Smurfs in which they get bitten by something that makes them turn purple. And they become basically like wild animals, kind of, because of the effect of whatever it is that bites them. Eric, do you think the increased use of smartphones is contributing to increased ADHD, or is ADHD just BSing away for a farmer to cash in? Neither, both, and one of them. So, in other words, no, I don't think that. Yes, I think ADHD is bullshit in the sense that it's just a label that people put on either people with an action function up top or executive function issues. So SE7, SE8 might get called ADHD, or somebody who's not naturally a cis-hill kind of person who's diagnosed with ADHD. It's really just pathologizing a perfectly legitimate, normal, alternative way of being that doesn't fit in very well with society's expectations. So in that regard, it's bullshit. But is it just an attempt for pharma to cash in? No, because remember that Big Pharma is the hero. Big Pharma makes the amphetamines. The diagnosis provides the legitimacy for getting them, but it's also the case that I function, I don't know if it's really true or not, but by and large I function better. Certainly I accomplish more stuff if I have some kind of dopamine management drug regimen. So Big Pharma is the hero in all of our medical stories. That's the weird thing, is that people want to critique or condemn Big Pharma. No, the people that condemn are the doctors. They're not doing anything except getting in the way between you and the drugs that actually do something. Instead of talking about how shitty Big Pharma is, let's talk about how shitty Big Doctor is. Little Pharma is a great rapper name. The real hero is amphetamines. That's right. You're diagnosed and the testing criteria was a joke. Well, yeah, I mean, you can't do a good job of diagnosing something that's got a checklist of standards, not rules, right? Standards are things that you use your discretion to see if, okay, is Jody mature enough to drive? That's a standard. Is she 16? That's a rule, right? When you've got a bunch of standards-based checklists as your diagnostics, you know it's bullshit. Excepting, of course, personality/behavioral disorders. The reason those aren't bullshit, though, is because they're induced by trauma rather than being, implicit to the person. ADHD purportedly is implicit to the person. You want to go inside, Trouble? He's standing right in front of the cat door, right? But he doesn't want to go through there. He wants me to open the door for him. Because he's too fancy for a cat door. Big Frama. Pharmacy. They gave me an Atari joystick and measured the length of laps between button pushes and flashing images on the screen. I took longer than necessary because I wanted the Addy. And I got prescribed just on the basis of me telling the right story in the right way, And I got prescribed originally from a doctor who told me when I first went in there that he was not going to prescribe me ADHD medication because he was just a general practitioner. But I left there with a prescription in hand. Now I have a psychiatrist who his whole job is to prescribe those kind of drugs. In California, I think 21 for tobacco as well. I'm not sure if it's like that in other states or not. Bit weird if I stood outside the house with the drugs I have, I would be arrested, but I have a prescription, so all's good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could get prescribed meth, in fact. They have a they have meth for ADHD, I guess. Boy, my ADHD today is really acting up. Doctor, I'm just wondering, can I get this prescribed meth in crystal form so I can smoke it? I think that would really help my ADHD a lot more than my current delivery mechanism. I need to insufflate it. That's medical talk for smoking it. All right, Eric, what I want you to do is I want you to smoke 2 fat bowls of this meth first thing in the morning. Make sure you don't smoke it any later than that because it's going to have to wear off before you sleep at night. Better give you some Klonopin to help you sleep as well. Ooh, I'm getting the Judy Garland special. I just pull to the pharmacy and hold out the glass pipe and have them pour the meth directly into it. Be like Britney Spears. You know, when the when paparazzi comes around, I'll just be sitting there happily smoking meth in the car and I'll be like, "What you doing, Eric?" "Oh, I'm smoking meth. Want some?" Diazepam is better than Klonopin. Yeah, well, I actually don't have any sleeping pills. I'm not prescribed any sleeping pills. Though I probably wouldn't kick sleeping pills out of bed for eating crackers. Yes. Side effects may include teeth fallout, hours of masturbation, picking at non-existent bugs in your skin. Klonopin's half-life is like 72 hours. Crazy. I don't do benzos very often. I try to take a minimal amount of Rachel's benzos. But sometimes they're a real lifesaver. Like if I am just like I desperately need a full night's sleep, if I take a full Klonopin, half a olanzapine, a few of my gabapentins, some Benadryls as well, and 1 Tylenol. That's a good night's sleep. Hello, Jonathan Carpenter. Rachel needs to do her benzos because she is bipolar. And she's going to be, she has to take her psych drugs, you know, for life, I think. Desoxin, I think it's called, something like that. I don't remember the exact name of it, but you know, I try to be judicious and messing around with the psych drugs too much. I know Adderall counts as a psych drug, but it's a little bit different kind of psych drug than Prozac slash olanzapine slash Klonopin. How did she know that she was bipolar? Well, I asked out my gym crush. She's a cutie pie. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Time to Rachmaninoff. Catch my drift. Are you going to you're going to self-jostle? Self-jostle to the thought of garbless prancers? Oh, you silly boy. Why do you need me to come in here and watch you eat? Just eat by yourself. You're fine. You're good at eating. He has a tight waist and a big butt. Is he Kim Kardashian? I have an uncle that manages his mania with booze. Seems to work. Not saying that he's the right thing for everybody. Yeah, well, you know, when I first started dating Rachel, she was poorly medicated, and I was of the mindset that, well, you know, maybe she doesn't really need these drugs or something. I don't know. When she ran of them / stopped taking them, she then proceeded to not sleep for like, I shit you not, like 2 weeks straight. And obviously became crazier and crazier the longer that lasted, until she was in a full-blown psychotic break. And it was one of those things where, you know, I figured initially that, well, just give her some space and let her get tired and she's bound to go to sleep here soon enough. No, not the case. And the thing is, I feel fortunate that Rachel has a mental health issue that's so perfectly solvable. On the combination of drugs she's on now, she's as sane as Sanity Sane Samson's sons. The sanest Sam in all of the Samsung Corporation. So, you know, not every kind of mental health issue is as easy to solve, right? Like, she's fully in remission, if you want to call it that. Contrast that with something like BPD, borderline personality disorder. There's no solving that problem. How do you handle INFPs? I get along well with INFPs. They're my supervisor type. I tend to trust them to have good judgment about things that I have bad judgment about. And they have the reliable FE of someone who's an FI Dom, which is to say they're not really managing perceptions per se, but they're so good at putting themselves in other people's shoes that they're very unlikely to be rough and tumble with your feelings. Good night, Chad. Sleep well. And I don't think it's necessarily going to always be the case that supervisor and supervisee have a compatible engagement, but I think it is with INFP and ENTP. My girlfriend is an INFP, and it's getting to fallout levels of SI dysregulation for me as an ENTP, presumably. Well, I mean, INFP's third slot SI is going to manifest in ways that maybe cause you problems as polar SE, really, more than third slot SI. I think both fourth and third slot SI uh, are on common ground regarding prioritizing comfort or at least the avoidance of discomfort. But it's the lack of SE in the INFP that is likely going to cause problems. Nope, and BPD and it's a nightmare, but I have learned coping strategies and triggers. Okay, well, unless I shouldn't say it's impossible for people with borderline personality disorder to have growth, self awareness, cease to engage in toxic behaviors or what have you, but it's extremely rare because the vast majority of people with BPD won't acknowledge they have BPD. What is the relationship between the linked introverted and extroverted functions? Oh, well, there's not really a mechanical relationship. Like, I'm extroverted in intuition. My fifth slot is NI. But the thing to note is that the ones that are with each other, they're the alternative ways of doing it. So, like, because I'm any Dom, I'm SI4. Your dominant function defines your relationship with your fifth, eighth, and fourth. Your second function defines your relationship with your second, third, sixth, and seventh. So, um, so it's not so much that FE and FI are linked, right? It's that you are, instead of FI, you are TI. That comes with FE automatically. Instead of NI, you are SI, and that comes with NE automatically. The mental health team are surprised by the amount of insight you have on BPD. Well, it does seem to be metacognition resistant in general, but from what I understand, there's some solvency in cognitive behavioral therapy. Well, yeah, I don't. I use the normal numbering for functions. There's no reason to structurally stack differently than it's structured by BB, but also, I think MBTI does this with the front stack anyway as well. Because it's what's naturally implied, right? So if you look at your front stack, the fact that I have SI fourth slot means I'm knowing fourth, which is to say it's not prioritized very highly. Accordingly, the other knowing function is equivalently prioritized because there's about as much room for both of them. So 4 or 5, I can have fluency in both knowledge functions because they're 4 or 5. This is true for every type, whatever their 4 or 5 is. They have fluency in both those kinds of functions. So, like, the stack mechanics are such that that the two kinds of it go like meow, 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 right? So because I'm an action dominant, I'm action 8. Because I'm deliberation 2, I'm deliberation 7. Because I'm interface 3, I'm interface 6. Because I'm knowledge 4, I'm knowledge 5. You could, in theory, just say, well, let's just, instead of having them front stack, back stack, let's just have a big line of them straight down. But it is the case that the the mirroring thing that happens there better mechanically shows the relationship because the values are the same for 1 and 5. Like if I have extroverted intuition as an absolute value, I also have introverted intuition as an absolute value. And so I guess you could say that's the relationship. They have the same. If it's 2 6, it's instrumental, instrumental, but 6 is more countervalued than just instrumental, but still it's instrumental. That's the best answer. Is they have the same value orientation. Your two N's are either both absolute or both instrumental. Your two T's, same thing. Two S's, same thing. Two F's, same thing. Do you have any diagrams or descriptions of that absolute relative value thing? Yeah, I mean, I've got videos that I cover the gist of like the mechanics. There's one pretty recent one that's good, like 8 minutes, covers all the mechanical basics, and should have a corresponding document you could download. It linked to it as well. But sure, that'd be fine, Mrs. Mom. Thanks. All right, cool, Kenton.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Oh my goodness. You know it.
I think I'm about ready to wrap up this stream here. I'll pull another bong rip and then probably say goodnight. I feel like I need to eat more food, but I don't want to make anything. It's because I had too much coffee. That's why I feel like I need to make more food. Really, I just need to drink less coffee. That would solve that problem. And maybe I'll sing a lullaby before we go to bed too. Pull a couple balls, I'll play you a lullaby.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. Cloggity clog. Cloggity cloog. Come on. Poke through there. There we go. Got a little bit of this weed that Jared brought over the other day. Smells real good. Tastes good. Tastes like indoor, you know. My outdoor obviously tastes like outdoor. I was drinking too much coffee, bad SI on the front end, and then recognizing you drank too much coffee as fact suggestive of front stack. Yeah, I would say that's a fair thing. I don't link that one. That's old. That document she linked is not that great, but it's fine. No, Jared, my neighbor, not Jared from Subway. Not he went to Jared, and not every kiss begins with K, but instead the Jared from next door. Like when I have too much coffee, then I note it because I get this kind of jittery, stomachy feeling. Sometimes I eat acid tablets, but usually I won't let it get too far before I switch to a different beverage. Let me see if I can find something here. A quick reference guide is what I was looking for here. Typology quick reference guide. Okay. Yeah, this. And then, yeah, this. Share. Copy. And bada bing, bada boom. This is the Typology quick reference guide. It just covers the basics about the mechanics. It has a couple example types that I did some example meowing about. You know, it's imperfect in that it's like I just did like a couple of example types. It's fine. It's correct anyway. Whereas that old thing, it had some incorrect stuff in it. Man, I'm still an infant when it comes to MBTI. I'm growing fast, though, because of my insatiable appetite for meaningful knowledge. Well, I'm glad to hear it, Iron Lion. I am glad to hear it. You are becoming as wise as 100,000 gurus multiplied by 10,000 Dalai Lamas. That's a lot of wisdom to cram in one guy. I'm the Eckhart Tolle of Deepak Chopra's. Are you in the market for some woo? Well, I've got a book for you. Hi, my name is Eric Strauss, and I've been called the Eckhart Tolle of Deepak Chopra's. And what I want to share with you is one core message. You, me, everything, we are one. Okay? The apparent difference between you and me is just an illusion. We're actually the same person. I mean, there's a lot to learn if you consider the thing comprehensively. If you're thinking about it in terms of like, there's things to learn about how to type people. There's things to learn about how to, interpret answers, what kind of questions link to what things, how determinate is the linkage. There's stuff to learn about the mechanics that's not super complicated. 4 fields upon which attention is paid, 3 directions of information, you might call it directions, put, get, receive. There's 2 kinds of function, communicative and experiential, or you might say metaphysical, physical. 2 kinds of values, absolute, instrumental. Although there's also countervalued, but it's a form of instrumental. There's 4 kinds of function: action, deliberation, knowledge, interface. And then you can. There are also two aspects to each function. So, like expert intuition naturally manifests as putting metaphysical information on the external metaphysical field, but you can ideate in the physical world as well. Like I could just start nailing boards together to make a weird wooden art thing or something. And the thing about the aspects is that it would seem as though it doesn't play a huge role except in the 4 or 5, where I I don't have good reason like why this should be the case, but it would seem that with your fourth slot function, you're likely to treat its native aspect as an absolute value and its non-native aspect as instrumental, and same with the fifth. So I value absolutely the physical components of SI, instrumentally the metaphysical, and with NI, I value absolutely the metaphysical aspect, but instrumentally the physical. I would imagine that should be symmetrical for everybody, but I don't have a good, I guess, reason for the mechanics to be that way, except observation. Observation's all well and good, but you can't build the Golden Gate Bridge. Observations and speculations. Yeah, maybe I will clip some of this stuff at the end. But I think most of all, what we need is a goodbye song. But I'm not going to play it on an instrument. I'm just going to sing it a cappella tonight. It's a wonderful lullaby about the importance of sleeping, and it has a powerful sedative effect that'll help you to go to sleep as well. You may be tall and decades old, but deep inside your soul, you're still just a wobbling toddler. Sleeping with your eyes is necessary. Cries will be much thwarted by sleep. So hush, little Cupid, you baby, you thing. It's time to go to sleep as though inside a swing. Don't fight awake, wait for the claws. Santa disapproves if he sees your paws. So now you're asleep because of my lullaby. Obviously, I don't expect you to respond because you're asleep. I could also use another trick to get you to go to sleep, and I'll demonstrate it right now. It goes like this. I learned it from cartoons. You're getting sleepy, very sleepy. Before you know it, you're hypnotized. All right, everybody. That's going to do it for me tonight. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. And I want you to sleep like a little angel baby, as sound and pure as the innocent snow of truth.